Hello, 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 everybody. And I need Vikki also.
And I'm
We're
here.
and Vikki is here. Hi, Vikki. Hi,
Hi,
everybody. Hi, all community. We're super excited to have you here to see, like, not see, but I feel you.
Phil. Yeah.
Yeah, lots of people who are watching us here. Yeah, it's super excited for all of our team. We was working hard to prepare this event, and finally we are happy to start it. Okay, here's Vikki Bone. She is the main community manager of Python community of Geekle. uh, yeah, that's your words, Vikki. Let's do it.
Thank you so much, Ed. I'm really super excited, especially as you are, and all our team to finally start this and finally be live with all of you guys. Thank you so much for coming. Yeah, my name is Vikki, and I'm the lead organizer of this huge and outbreak event, I would say. This was a really hard process. It took us like 4 months. Am I right, Ed? It took us
Yeah,
4 months
yeah,
to prepare
yeah.
everything.
Kind of 4 months. Yes.
Yeah, we got something like 15 people who were involved in all this process, marketing team, program
One of those
committee.
guys.
Hi, Mila.
Yeah.
Yes, our program committee, marketing team, community managers who were involved in all this process, and we finally
Right.
did it.
Right.
Well, what can I say? I can just, say you just a little bit about the numbers. I'm really
Yeah.
super excited about this. We got almost 8,000 registration on this event. This is super
Almost.
amazing. This is, I don't know.
Let's be specific. It's 7,587
Heaven. Yeah,
registrations. That's amazing. That's a huge event, guys.
that's true.
And ladies. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we have 42 speakers who are ready
42
to
speakers.
present. Yes, 42 speakers. Can you imagine? From different countries, from different companies worldwide. They are really excited and ready to present their talks to you tonight and today and during these 24 hours.
And I even see two of our speakers on the backstage right now. So
Yeah, they are
everything
already
is.
preparing.
Yeah, you did good. Sorry.
Yeah, during the event, you will get 18 Q&A sessions with, with all the speakers. It's going to be
But not
18
but not just.
on both tracks, let's say.
Yeah, not just a Q&A session. It means panel discussions when 2 or 3 or 5 or whatever speakers comes together, answer your questions, and having discussions between even each other and you guys. So it's gonna be great.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's gonna be amazing. Oh, I don't know what to say. I'm shocked, and I'm really happy to see all of you guys. We are having right now 257 people who is watching us right now at this moment. This is
Cool.
amazing. This is cool. Well, I would like also to thank our senior tracks participants, our attendees, because without you, it's really very important for us that you are our main sponsors, I can say. Without you, it's not
Yeah,
gonna happen. You are
yeah,
helping us to
actually.
grow.
Yeah, thank you very much for every person, every company who paid even $1 or 15 or 100 or 10,000, maybe, I don't know, but thank you very much. Every dollar is not for like somebody's pockets, is for development of this community. Your payments help us to improve our events, to make next events, to create new activities. Thank you very much. We won't survive without you, so please keep supporting us. And thanks for our sponsors for supporting. We have a few, I guess, but thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Well, I also would like I really just can't not to mention that I'm really thankful to our precious program committee.
Right.
Guys, you were amazing. You did a really good job and you helped me and my team a lot. We finally together gathered hot topics, cool Python speakers all over the globe. it's without you, it would be impossible. It would be impossible to prepare such a massive and outbreak event. And I'm really thankful to you. You did a good job. And guys, during this preparation, I can say you with that me and the program committee were working even at night to be able to evaluate the topics really quick and give the feedback to all the speakers who are going to be today. This is cool.
Yeah, it's because some speakers are from United States, some speakers from Europe, some speakers are from Asia, and our people had to like wake up at night and have those calls to cook it up together and have this great event. So 42 speakers, that's amazing.
Yeah,
Thank
and that's
you.
really a tough process, I could say, because even though during the preparation, creating the agenda, it was so hard to make everything smooth and comfortable for all the speakers, for everybody. Because Ed mentioned, our speakers is really from different countries, from US, from Europe, from everywhere in this world. And we tried our best to make this process as comfortable as possible. And I hope you will enjoy this event as much as we did, and as much as we are going to enjoy it.
Yeah, Vikki, I feel like we're gonna start speakers. Let's move. Let's not waste more time. Let's do it.
Let's rock it. So I'm very glad to present you our first moderators. It's going to be Diana Dayub, who is going to be your host on the junior track, and Anna Tartasyuk, who is going to be your host on senior track for the next couple of hours. So stay with us and don't miss anything. So let's just wait as soon as Diana is going to be ready. And hi, Diana. How are you doing?
Hi, guys. Hi, I'm doing great. Look who we have here. Would you believe that? This is Zhenya. Zhenya is going to be our mascot for the summit today. Guess who it is? Well, it's a Python, of course. We're super excited to have him here. And he's calling on me.
Well, I hope you will have fun with him. So, Diana, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Vikki. Thank you, Ed. Okay, let's get into it. Okay, so my name is Diana, and I will be your moderator together with Zhenya. We will be we will be your moderators for the next 4 hours. Okay. And we will make sure all the technical issues are taken care of. If you have any questions, okay, Zhenya is leaving. If you have any technical questions or any questions in the content, please write them in the comment section and we will take care of them. Okay, so we're going to be with you for 24 hours. We're going to have 25 speakers. We're going to have 5 moderators with you today, other than me. And yes, so let's get to our first speaker. Our first speaker is going to be Gurur Yediskin. Gurur is an offensive cybersecurity specialist in ETIA and part-time bug bounty hunter. He will talk about web application security. Gurur, we're bringing you to the stream. Hi there.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, awesome, great to have you here. How are you doing?
I'm good, and you?
Great, awesome. Okay, we're gonna share your presentation now.
Yes.
Awesome. Okay, well, Gurur, the floor is yours. Take over.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Welcome to my web application security presentation. I thank the ETIA security team and all ETIA family who supported me before starting the presentation. Let's start quickly. I am Mohamed Gurur Yediskin. I have been doing research on cybersecurity science 2017. I am currently working as an offensive security researcher in ETIA Turkey. In my free time, I do bug bounty research, part-time. I am also a student of Istanbul Bilgi University Cybersecurity Department. My interests are host web and mobile security. In the future, I will analyze the weaknesses I find and announce them on my Twitter account. I suggest you follow. In this presentation, I will first talk about how web applications work, then talk about HTTP technology, and talk about web security vulnerabilities, which is our topic. After explaining with real examples, I will complete the presentation by talking about how a web vulnerability can be detected. Okay. Web application architecture. Most web applications are based on three basic components. These are client, server, and database. The client is generally a web browser. The client is the server that handles requests from the client. The database where data is retrieved, saved in collect. Yes, client-side technology or technology used daily by internet users. HTML, JavaScript, Flash, user-edited browsers, such as Firefox, Chrome, Opera can be given as examples. Server-side technology are technology that provide the information to clients and process data from the client. Lots of different technology are found here. Therefore, there is a high probability of vulnerability in this part. Major server-side technology are Apache, Tomcat, Python, C#, and Java. The database will be located on the same server as the application servers, as well as other servers for security reasons. Major database technology are MySQL, Microsoft SQL, NoSQL, MongoDB, Oracle SQL. Now let me talk a little bit about HTTP technology. HTTP protocol is protocol generally used by web browsers. Traffic between the user and the web application usually takes place over the HTTP protocol. It works the way of request and reply answer include status code. It consists of the parts of header and body, as I show in the picture below. The place in the right area are the header, and the parts in the blue area are the body parts. And status code, HTTP technology status code, inform use about the status of our request. Status code one starting with one information, status code starting with two successful, status code starting with three redirect, status code starting with four a server-side error, status code starting with 5, it tells you that there is a server-side error. After briefly explaining how a web application works and its structure, let's move on to our main topic. We will first evaluate the OWASP top 10 list, punish certain periods, and analyze the status of web application vulnerabilities between years. And when we first look at 210, 213, and the latest 217 OWASP report, we see that most common web vulnerabilities are invalidity, injection, and XSS vulnerabilities. Before going into the details about the vulnerabilities, when we analyze this picture in general, injection and XSS carry a great risk for web security vulnerabilities over the years. Okay. Cross-site scripting. The XS vulnerability is a vulnerability that allows an attacker compares a user's interaction with a vulnerable application. It allows an attacker to bypass the same startup policy designed to separate different websites from each other. It allows the cross-site scripting to perform all the action it can perform and access the user's data. If the victim user has privileged access, which then the application admin root have full control over all functionality and data of the application. Okay, how does XSS work? Cross-site scripting works by manipulating a vulnerable website to return malicious JavaScript. When malicious code is run on the victim browser, the attacker can completely compromise their interaction with the application. What are types of XSS attacks? There are three main types of XSS attacks. This reflected XSS, stored XSS, and DOM-based XSS. And now let's examine the XSS attack types in detail and see the difference between them. Okay, reflected XSS in the simplest variant of cross-site scripting. This occurs when the application receives data in the HTTP request on contains this data insecurely by exporting instantly. For example, URL1, if an address is like the one above works on my personal website, the text great skin reflected in the browser indicates that tree is a reflected XSS. Now, when we look at it from a malicious attacker perspective, we can run malicious JavaScript code as in the example below URL2. If the user visits the above URL sent by attacker, the attacker's secret will be executed in the user's browser in the context of the user session in the application. After this stage, the attacker can take all action the user can access and perform. Next, XSS vulnerability, stored XSS. Stored XSS when an application receives data from an untrusted source and insecurely adds that data subsequent HTTP responses. The data is question can be sent to the application via HTTP requests. For example, all comments made into comment section under the architecture at X area viewable by everyone. If there is a vulnerability in the session by the malicious attacker, the target site can be exploitation thanks to the comment malicious code pieces to be added. DOM XSS. DOM XSS when an application contains some client-side JavaScript that treats data from an interaction source in a way usually by writing data back to DOM. Okay, what can XSS be used for? XSS, an attacker who exploited the cross-site scripting, cross-object scripting vulnerability called typical, impersonating as a victim user to perform all operations that the user can perform, reading all data the user has access to, having the user's login information, username, mail, password, username ID, injecting malware into the target website. Impact of the XSS vulnerability. The Actual impact of XSS often depends on the application functionality, is data, and the composite user state. For example, in a brochure application where all users are anonymous and all information is public, the impact will generally be minimal. In an application that contains sensitive data such as banking transformation, emails, or the impact will often be severe. If the composite user has privileged the application, the impact is often critical, allowing the attacker to take full control of the vulnerability, application, and composition of users' data. How to exploit XSS? Find the blacklisted filtered characters. You can use XSS localhost for this. Observe what tags are blocked by WEF and which keywords are allowed: frame, image, body, secret, prompt, three character encoding, URL encoding, double encoding, UTF-6, UTF-8 encoding, long UTF encoding, hex encoding, gibi, blah blah. Try XSS using HTML code instruction, try URL string evasion, create the pilot list according to the allowed keywords, brute force the application with the XSS pilot list you just created. Okay, how to prevent XSS attacks? Preventing cross-site scripting is terrible in some cases, but can be much more difficult depending on the complexity of the application and the way it processes user controllable data. In general, effective prevention of XSS vulnerability will involve of the following measures: filter input on arrival, filter as prefectually possible at point where user input is taken based on expected or valid input, encode the data in output at the point where user controllable data appears in HTTP response, encode the output to provide in the beginning as active content, depending on the output content, require coding HTML, URL, JavaScript, and CSS. And as you seen here, an XSS vulnerability has been detected on official sites of PUBG, one of the most played games today. What you need to be careful about here is that the secret written by the bug bounty hunter who found his vulnerability does not pass the alert or JavaScript words in the secret written by the bounty hunter. In other words, XSS does not contest of justice. You can exploit target site using very scripts. Yes, SQL injection. SQL injection is a code injection technology for application with a database connection. The malicious user sends a created SQL query to extract, add, modify, or delete data from the database. Let's imagine that you are using the search feature of an application using the following keywords to search Python. Yes. Let's image that you are using the search feature of an application using the following keywords to search Python. URL 1. You add a single query in your search, like search Python, and the following query is sent. The query structure is broken. What is its impact? SQL injection are highly critical issues as this can be used to extract completed database contents and in some cases can be leveraged to command execution on the server. Related payloads for these attacks are given in the cheat set below. Yes, how do I prevent SQL injection? To prevent SQL injection, ensure that provider side, server side input validation is performed on all source of user import. Various production should be implemented using the following in order. 1. Errors. Ensure that SQL errors are turned off, not reflected back to a user when an error occurs, as to not expose information to an attacker. And parameters query and secure that when user input is added a backend SQL query and server-side input length, limit the length of each field depending on its type. For example, a name should be less than 16 characters long, and an ID should be less than 5 characters long. For whitelist characters create character ranges: numeric, alphanumeric, alphanumeric with specific characters. And ensure that each input is restricted to minimum length whitelist. 5. Blacklists disallow common injection characters tags, SQL and secret command tags such as select, insert, update, drop, and secret new lines, returns, null characters, and bad encoding schemas. Logging and web-specific IDS and IPS system ensure that proper logging is taking place and is being reviewed, and malicious traffic which generate an alert is prompt 13 and evaluation blacklisted. Yes, directory traversal. Directory traversal, also known as file path traversal, is a web security vulnerability that allows an attacker to read files on the server that is running an application. This might include application code and data credential for backend system and sensitive operating system files. In some cases, an attacker might able to write files on the server, allowing them to modify application data, take full control of the server. Also use password EPR as you see a real directory traversal vulnerability and HackerOne platform. And cross-site request forgery, CSRF, is an attack that focuses and user to execute action on web applications in which they currently authentication. CSRF attacks specifically target state charging requests, not thief of data, since the attacker has no way to see the response request. With a little help from social engineering, an attacker might trick the users of a web application into execution actions of the attackers. If which them is a normal user, a successful CSRF attack can be forced the user to perform state charging requests like transferring funds, email address, access or control to other data. If the victim is an account, CSRF come the enterprise web application security. How CSRF works? With CSRF attacks, the attacker can bypass the authentication process or perform action with higher probabilities. What to do to execute this attack? Create the custom payload, embed the request into a hyperlink, trick the victim into cleaning the link, which will send your request to website. For the request, a contact malicious action. This attack only works if the victim is an authenticated user. Because when the request is made, the application will check if the cookie of the wallet session are available. If the relevant cookies are available, this will need to be sent with request. If the session is valid and the website, the send cookies, CSRF attacks become successful. This attack only works if the victim is an authenticated user, because when the request is made, application will check in the cookie of the session are available. If the rented cookies are available, this will need to be sent with the request. If the session is valid and website, the cookie, the CSRF attack will be successful. Okay, how to deliver the CSRF payload? Image an attacker attacks banking web application. The attacker can send to following URL with a GET request, URL 1 bank.greatskin.com. If the attacker gets the victim, the client on this URL, then the session cookie of the victim will be included. This will allow the CSRF attack to be completed successfully by transferring the amount of money the attacker dismissed. The following payload can help the attacker to send the attack payload, secret image storage bankgreatskin.com. If the attacker is sending the payload with post request, a payload similar to the following HTML code can be used, injection code. Okay, what's the impact of CSRF? With CSRF attacks, the impact of the attacks depends on the level of transformation that the victim has the application, as also some of the action that a CSRF attack are given below. Sharding victim password, allowing monetary transformation of the victim, charging, deleting actions available on the website. Yes, insecure direct object reference. What are IDOR? IDOR are a type of access control vulnerability that arises when an application user input to access object directory. The term insecure direct object reference was popularized by the OWASP 2007 top 10. It's just one example of many access control that can lead to access controls. IDOR vulnerabilities are most met with horizontal probability escalation, but they can also in relation to vertical probability escalation. IDOR vulnerability with different reference to database objects. Here, the customer number is used differently as a record index in query data area backend database. If no controls are in place, an attacker can simply modify the customer number. value, bypassing access controls to view the records of the other customers. This is an example of an IDOR vulnerability leading to horizontal privilege escalation. An attacker needs be able to perform horizontal and vertical privilege escalation by alerting the user to one with additional privilege escalation while bypassing access controls. Other possibilitated included execution password modified parameter the attacker has landed in the user accounts page. For example, it's the HackerOne vulnerability report. You can see an account with insecure object reference vulnerability and no access to delayed data in another account. Here we see how to capture software found on websites against brute force attack is bypassed. Okay, now how to detect web security vulnerabilities. The best tool is Google. First, we need to learn how to use Google better. For this, there is a library of offensivesecurity.com that provided to use. And Google Dark, ExploitDB, Google Hacking Database. There are various types of SOCs as WordPress, Joomla, SQL Triangle allows you to search with the words you type in the detection. It also works for use to find sites with SQL operands. Special Google search operators in title, in URL, alien URL, file type, ext, in text, alien text, site. In title, by specific in title, you can tell Google to show only pages that contain terms in the HTML headers. For example, in title login page, show page that have the term login page in the header text. In URL, searches for the specific term in the URL. For example, in URL login.php. File type, search for specific file types, searching for PDF files on file type PDF websites. In text, it's server to search the page content like a simple Google search. For example, in text, index of. Yes, example Google Doc search. In this example, Google Doc used to see pages printed with JavaScript for Sony about bounty hunter 1 hours just using Google Doc. 13 yes, $200. Okay. With the sublister, you can list the subdomains of the sites on the increase your probability of finding vulnerabilities. And example, bug bounty platform, HackerOne, Backraut, private Synecratin, private Cobalt.io, Integrity, TryHackMe, and reports company Sony, PlayStation, Facebook. For those you want to the bug bounty, it will be very important for them to look at the wide range of platforms. Thank you for watching. You can follow me on my social media accounts below. Thank you.
Hello, Guru.
Hello.
Thank you so much for your speech. These are your contacts, and so anyone who wants to stay in touch can Actually, if you can share the last slide of your presentation, please, so that we can. Are you here? Okay.
Yes.
Yes, you're here. Can you please share the last slide of your presentation with your context so that we can again put it up on screen and share with our attendees so that they can stay in touch with you in case they have any additional questions? Would that be okay?
Okay.
Yes. In the meantime, guys, you can list your questions that you have to Gurur in the chat, and we will save them. We will address them during our common Q&A that we will have after 3 more speakers that we have upcoming. Unfortunately, I think we're losing connection with Gurur. So yeah, so some of you asked in the chat if where you can find his presentation. I just want to answer it again that we will be sending the presentations of all the speakers to all the attendees who registered our event. So we have your contacts and we will stay in touch with you and share the information. We actually have 9 minutes till the next speaker. He's already here with us in the waiting room, but how about we take these 9 minutes to have a short break? Maybe get some water, get some tea, bathroom, exercise, anything you want. And we'll get back with you in 9 minutes. guys. Hi everyone, we're back. We're back from our short break and we're ready to have our next speaker with us. Our next speaker is Opemi Podisu, and he's a keynote speaker, IBM champion, a developer advocate, and the youngest IBM Watson and Jamstack developer. We will add him to our streaming here. Hi. Hi.
Hello there. Yeah, nice to meet
doing?
you. I'm fine, thank you.
So you will be speaking about the
Yeah,
future of web in Python, is that correct?
yeah. That's correct.
Great.
So,
So we will share your presentation. Could you share your screen, please?
yeah,
Awesome.
done that.
And we have it here. Okay, well, the floor is yours. Take your time and good luck.
Thanks so much. So everyone, hello everyone. My name is Opemi Boy. I'm a 15-year-old developer, IBM champion, Jamstack developer. I'm the leader of Jamstack Lagos. I'm the youngest Beatrice expert, and also a Ashnode ambassador and product owner ambassador. So basically, what I do is Python, AI. I work on the web. I work on Jamstack development. I work on different things. So I'm a keynote speaker. Everyone knows. So I'm going to be presenting a keynote here. So this is the future of web in Python. Yeah. So you all are welcome here. So yeah, I think you've known about me, so you can follow me on my Twitter and Instagram and at Coder of Lagos. So I think that's all about me. So yeah, let's move to what I'll be doing. Sorry, not Dragon, but it's Python. So I think that's a typographical error there. So basically, what I'll be talking about here is the overview of Python, use of Python, accessible frameworks, and the overview of Python. Basically, what I'll be talking about is like like a sneak peek of what Python is, like outlook of what Python is. So I'll be talking about accessible frameworks, just like we have Flask, we have Django, we have Web2py, we have Turbo, we have different frameworks. So I'll be talking about them here and how they can actually help the web in the future. So I'll be talking about the responsiveness and different things about the and how I'm going to be talking about how Python is going to be used in the future with the use of frameworks, and also I'll be talking about mainly that's what I'll be talking about is the future of Python. So and also the use of Python, like the limitless use of Python. So yeah, we all know Python is the most used technology in the world. Python is a multi-purpose programming language. It's the most used programming language in the world, alongside with JavaScript and I think PHP also. So JavaScript is a multi-purpose programming language. Its accessibility is different from the ones of other frameworks. So basically, what Python really is it can be used in AI, it can be used in ML, it can be used in different parts of development. So it can be used in AI, ML, it can be used in mobile development, it can be used in web development and all that. So basically, I'll be talking about in the aspect of development is web and how it can actually help the future. So basically, what I said Python is apart from JavaScript and others. So I so much believe in Python, basically because Python has different frameworks which are very useful, open source frameworks mostly. For example, we have Flask, we have Django, we have different ones which are open source. And presently, I think open source is the future, because I actually watched a video last week or 2 weeks ago where Python was actually when Python on the web was used in ML and AI. So I think there is this limitless use of Python. So we can do different things with Python. So we can't just do one thing with Python. That's why it's mostly called a multi-purpose programming language. So it's the most used technology and doesn't work for the web alone. Like I said earlier, it can be used with it can be used in the web. It can be used in software development. It can be used in AI, ML, that's artificial intelligence and machine learning, deep learning. It can be used in mobile development with the use of the same frameworks I call. So yeah. So let's move to the next one. That's Python frameworks. So basically, Python frameworks, like we have Flask, we have Django, we have Cherry PY, we have Web2 PY. So let me be talking about them. So Python Flask is a Python programming is a Python framework. It's a open source framework, and I think it's the most popular framework basically because it has a lot of arguments and speculations around it. For example, we have this argument, these popular arguments, Flash versus Flask, which is actually a very funny. It's a very funny argument, but I think most developers have gotten rid of this argument just basically because it's not meaning. It's sort of meaningless. But I think it's a very powerful argument. So I think Flask has more advantages than Flash and all that. So Flask is is a very good framework. It's open source and under the BSD license. So I think Flask can be used in front end and back end also. So it works with both front end and back end. So we have Django also, which is more like Flask, but this is mainly used. I think it's mainly that's why it's called a full stack it's a full stack open source Python framework. For example, we have we have this Django. I think most developers use it in backend part. For example, I was working on a project, or the project I'm still working on is using Django for the implementation of the backend part. So we actually have Cherry PY, which is almost similar to these two at the top. So we have Web2 PY, which is also a full stack and scalable open source framework. And we also this Cherry PY is minimalist. It's a minimalist web framework only. So web framework only. So it's open source also. So I think these four are open source frameworks. And the way we see these frameworks is they get the web more accessible, and the accessibility is this future. For example, we can't just start working on this particular thing without it having its own accessibility. Most people are actually looking for accessibility. That's why people get into it. So I think accessibility matters a whole lot. It matters a whole lot. So accessibility matters in everything you are doing. For example, Django, as I said earlier, it's a free open source because the reason why people use it is because it can work with the front end and back end, and it's very easy to use. Accessibility matters a lot when technology, or else people might not get into that framework. So apart from its accessibility, apart from this framework's accessibility, it actually works with what it actually does is, apart from its accessibility, you can use it in ML, AI, machine learning. I think so you can use it in this works actually helps in AI, ML, and all that. So apart from that, I think that's what Python really is. So this is a quote coming from a person in the US. I think Maryland University. His name is Professor James Endler. So he said, I have the students who learn Python in our undergraduate semantic web courses. Why? He asked the question like why, and he gave the same answer. Because he has noticed the reason why people get into Python more. Basically, has many web libraries. What he's trying to say is these frameworks actually helps this framework actually helps. It helps people a lot. It's accessibility and everything. So I think frameworks actually helps a lot. So accessibility is the main thing, as I've been saying. Accessibility is the main thing. Without its accessibility, I don't think people will get into it. The reasons why this undergraduate students actually came into Python is basically because of its accessibilities and its flexibilities. There is nothing more. There's nothing more about it. So its accessibility is very, very, very. So we are trying to make the web more accessible to all developers. We are trying to make the web more accessible to all developers using Python. Yeah, so sorry about this. It's the bigger picture of Python. So I actually had a talk on Python on Dragon programming language. So it's actually bringing this. So it's the same slide template I used. So accessibility takes up a special status. Not only there is a moral, not only there is a is there a moral side to it, but also a legal one. And with that, obsessiveness and observation and judgment, there is no evidence counterweight in terms of accessing accessibility norms and techniques from the view of their effects on other disciplines in technologies. So apart from anything, the accessibility of Dragon also has a bigger picture. It has a bigger picture and a very legal one. So using Python is very, very easy to, like with frameworks, it's actually very perfect. So let's move into about Python framework.
Hello guys, can you hear me? So we kind of lost Openipo. That is for technical reasons. Unfortunately, the internet is not working so well. We're gonna take care of this now, getting back to the stream. In the meantime, hang out with us. While we're waiting, you can maybe write in the comments how you're doing, and if you have any questions, specify them. Yeah, because we're gonna get okay. Openipo is back. Hi, you're back.
Yeah, hello. I'm sorry for that. I think there's a problem with the internet connection.
That
So
happens.
yeah.
That happens. Okay.
So
We're
yeah,
back.
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
continue.
So there is something about Python frameworks. They are just making the web more accessible to the developers using Python. For example, what I said earlier is you can't just sit down, think, and start saying, I want to start off a project from scratch using Python. I think it sounds weird. It sounds weird basically because no one is using Python itself. No one is using Python itself to implement a website without a framework. Basically because it's very hard to use. So using Python frameworks actually helps a lot. No one these days can ever think of using just Python to create a website or anything on the web. So for example, I see these things. Okay, for example, I think there is this IBM Morton. The reason why I said Python on the web can be used in AI. For example, IBM Morton is this is this web service or cognitive application in form of a web service that actually helps you. It helps everyone to start building things on AI on the web. On the web. So actually start building things on AI on the web. So I think that's one of the accessibilities of using Python. So yeah, they help with making a website load more faster and responsive. I think that's one of the advantages of using Python. Yeah, about Python framework. So they help you with the fast loading of websites and not lazy loading type, for example. And that's why I said accessibility also. This is one of the things. This is one of the parts we can say Python is more accessible to all developers. So it saves developers from more stress, like from stress they face most times. For example, we have different different developers don't like stress, just basically because they don't want bugs, they don't want more time to do this, they don't want, yeah. So it saves developers from stress, and it's very, that's why I said it's very easy to use. It saves developers from stress. And also, like I said, frameworks like Flask and Django works more on front end and back end. Like I said, these frameworks are full stack web frameworks. So you can actually, you can use it in front end and back end. It's full stack. So I think that's one of, so awesome projects made with Python. I can't do that now. So let me just start listing them. So we have Google, we have I don't think Facebook was made with Python. We have Google. So Google used Python for its algorithms. So we also have also projects with Python. We have Flask, we have Google. Okay, when I talk about Flask, that's why I said Flask is a open source framework that makes the web more accessible to all developers. It's making the web more accessible. So it's an awesome project made with Python because of the solution it has provided in the like developer ecosystem. So also we have Google. Google is a search engine and use Python for its algorithms. So like I said, Python can be used for its algorithms also. Sorry, it can be used in developing algorithms. And apart from those, there are different things that have been made with Python, and not to talk about different, like lots of things made with Python. So yeah, let us move into the next one. Yeah, so there are Python developers everywhere in the world. There are Python developers everywhere in the world, and basically what developers are facing now is we can actually predict the future with what everyone is seeing. We can predict the future. We see Flask versus Flash. We see different arguments out there. The fact is that more arguments will still come. We have more argument that will still come in the developer ecosystem. We have different arguments that will still come. Plus, apart from that, frameworks will still come. Frameworks better than Django, or if Django will still keep upgrading, or they will still keep upgrading their framework features and all that. So I think as time comes, there will be a framework that's going to be better than these frameworks I'm talking about. So basically, we can predict the future of web. For example, now, like what I mentioned, this cognitive web service that actually works with AI. Okay, IBM Watson. So looking at IBM Watson now, there is, you can actually work on a chatbot on the web. You can work on a chatbot. You can work on a COVID-19 chatbot. You can work on a general chatbot. You can work on different type of chatbots. You can create a visual recognition system. There are different things you can actually create on the web, and like WebXAI. I think that's the best thing to use for it. WebXAI. So we can actually predict the web, and Python developers are more futuristic than any other type of developer. So that's why I said Flash versus Flash is an argument to be thrown away. So developers got rid about these arguments basically because they don't there, but it's mostly it's tough somehow. So I think it's A, and we actually know, we see most of them every day, like creating different things with Python, and I think there is one Python framework that actually came out last month. From the future, the main thing that developers will be focusing on is the main thing developers will be focusing on is WebXAI. I think that's all about. Thank you for that's all about what I want to say. So this is the statistics of people using Python. We have Python on the web. So we have 4.3 million people using Python in the web. So we have 4.3 million, and altogether they should be around 9 point something million. But the last time I checked, last year it was 8.3 million. So I think they would have grown a lot, a whole lot. So approximately it's 4.3 million developers using Python in the world, like Python for the web in the world. So I think that's everything about what I want to say. So thank you for watching this. Thank you for watching this session. And if you have any question, or if you have any question, you can follow me at Coda of Lagos. You can actually give me you can give me a message. You can follow me at Coda of Lagos, and anything you want to do, you can do it and send it to me. Thanks so much for watching.
Thank you so much for your speech. We've been following the comments here, and everyone is so excited about you speaking. We actually have 18 minutes left for you, so maybe you'd want to answer a couple questions right now. Would that be okay?
Yeah.
Beautiful. Okay, I'm going to bring them on screen. This question. I've never worked in AI, but I often hear that Python is super important for it. I've never quite understood why. Anyone have an idea? Maybe you have thoughts about this.
Yeah. You've never worked in AI, but you often hear that. Okay, that's one of the things I'm actually working on. You've never worked in AI, and one of the things I actually believe in is cognitive applications. So just go in for IBM Watson. IBM Watson actually helps you to dive into AI, a lot. It helps you dive into AI a lot. So I think IBM Watson is the main thing for AI. Like if you just like thinking of diving into AI without any complex feeling, I think IBM Watson is the best for that.
Thank you. Next question. Can you elaborate more on the dragon? There's actually been several questions about this.
Yeah, okay. Dragon is a different programming language entirely. Dragon is it's a new programming language that was released last year or 2 years ago. Dragon was invented by Abesh Gilani. It's similar to Python also. I think that's what Python Dragon is.
Awesome. Thank you. Okay. Can I use machine learning with AI?
Well. Machine learning, AI, deep learning are in the same field. So they all are in this category of data science. We have machine learning, AI, we have deep learning also. So I think that question sounds funny. So machine learning and AI, there are different like okay, there is artificial intelligence, there is machine learning, there is deep learning. So I don't think you can use machine learning in the AI. That's a very, very complex question.
Awesome. Okay, next question is, I am a linguist and am interested in machine translation. How is Python being used in such applications?
Yeah. Like I said, cognitive applications, it helps a lot. Okay, machine translation. How is Python used in such applications? I think that's a different question entirely, and it's not related to Python on the web. So I think that should be Python. Okay, cognitive applications and software engineering, or it's related to software engineering, cognitive applications, AI, ML, or data science as large. So I think that's one of the things I have to say about this.
Thank you. Looking through some other questions to bring. Okay, how about this one? What's the best REST client library, most features rich in Python?
Yeah, I'm still thinking about that. I really don't know about the best client library now. I really don't know because I really can't just bring myself and say this is the best REST client library. So I don't want to get myself into the trouble where
Okay. Guys, any more questions? You can type them here in the chat and we will bring them on screen right away. I'm trying to
yeah.
hide this. Okay. Yeah, we have new comments. Okay, people are just saying thank you, which is super nice. Okay, guys, okay, we already have it. According to you, how much time should an individual take to learn Python?
Yeah, it depends. It depends on how smart a person really is. That's what I would say. It depends on how smart you really are. So mm, well, for me, I took Python in a month, and you might actually I took my time to learn Python. So I took Python 5 times, 5 different times. So
Okay,
there is no time an individual should take. Yeah, I think that's it.
okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, next question. How many times will we need to expertise Python if we begin from scratch? And what is the best flow to achieve that? You just mentioned that you took it 5 times, so
Yeah,
maybe you
yeah,
can elaborate on that story.
yeah. So you might learn it anytime, like any number of time you want. It depends. Like I said, it depends on how smart you really are. Or if you don't understand it better, you can actually take a course again. You can take a course again, take a course again, take a course again, and it works.
Okay, thank you. Question about future. Will Python be phased out anytime soon?
No, 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 no. Okay. No.
No. All right. Okay, the next question about the future. Talking about the future of Python, do you think that AI will play a major role in the future of web application?
Exactly, that's what I mean. That's really why I brought the talk. So yeah, AI is going to play is going to play the major role in the future of web. I think that's a very very good question.
Okay, next question. What are your thoughts on the future of Python in GUI app development?
Yeah, I think it's almost the same with the one in the web. So I think all parts of development are just going to be like they're just going to be like Python on the web also. Like it's just going to be like Python on the web, Python on software engineering, Python on the web, Python in mobile development. Everything will be like AI is just going to play a major role in all of them.
Thank you. Practical question. Any Python resources you would recommend? Where to start? What to learn?
Yeah, okay, where to learn. I took Python in different places. For example, I took a course on introduction in Python from EDX. I took an expertise Python course in Allison. I took one in Coursera. I took one in Solo Learn. I took one other one in, I think, Plural Site or so. I think so.
Thank you. What do you think about FAST API?
Fast API, Fast API. I think it's a very very great. It's a very very great API. I really think it's a very great API because I can remember when I and my friend were trying to work on it, and it actually has a fast. Sorry, it has a high performance. It's easy to learn, and it's very very easy to learn. Very easy to learn, and it works faster. It's a very very fast framework. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, next question. What is the science behind Python's success to the web and beyond?
Yeah, I think that's AI. AI is responsible for everything, and the science behind Python's success. I think framework, like I said, frameworks has they've played a very 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 good part in they've played a very very good part in all areas of development. So with the help of frameworks, I think Python has been growing faster. People have been using Python effectively, and um, Python on the web has been growing a lot. Like Python on the web has been growing a whole lot.
Thank you. Okay, we have a battle here in comments. Which framework is better, Flask or Django?
Ah, that's a very very hard question. And I think that's another argument you want to bring up. Flask or Django. Okay, basically, for me, I'm going to say Django because Django is a full stack web framework, and Flask is micro and it's a lightweight framework also. So, but Flask it accelerates simple web development also. So for me, I'm going to say Django is the best for that.
Thank you. Actually, in the comments, Django is winning too.
Yeah.
Okay. Next question is, can we combine AI and web development using Python framework?
Maybe that's in the future. But basically, I don't know about Python framework, but I thought you wanted to say, can you combine AI and web development using Python on its own? So if you're just talking about that, you can use, like I said, you can use um, cognitive applications like Microsoft Azure or IBM Watson should be the best. But I don't know about the framework part. I think, but if you're talking about, oh, I think Python and AI web development, okay, that should be with frameworks like TensorFlow. TensorFlow also. TensorFlow is a very, very, very great framework that can help you with AI.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Next question is, what do you think about backend developer using Python?
I think it's very okay. What do I think? Okay, for example, like I've always been saying, Django is a very very good framework that can that helps a lot. It helps a lot. So using Django actually helps you to work on front end and back end, and it's a very very amazing framework to use if you are working on back end.
Okay. Next question. Is there a big difference between Python 2.7, 3.x, and 3.9, and can the same code work on all of them?
Yeah, the difference is just there are some implementations or new features added. There are a lot of new features added. I think that's just it because I don't want to like waste much time on that.
Okay. Okay, we are back to the question of Django. Is using Django as a REST API a good choice?
Um, yeah, I think yes. I think maybe not. I don't know about that.
Okay, that's a great. What about this one? What will be the role of Python as future of social platform?
Yeah, what will be the role of Python as a future social platform? Um, social platform. Okay. Like I said, AI is just going to play a role of everything. It's just going to play the role of everything. For example, we see artificial intelligence helping everyone like with social activities and all that. So I think that artificial intelligence is still the one that's going to play this major role you're talking about.
Okay, thank you. Next question. What advantages does Python have over JavaScript when it comes to web development, knowing that JavaScript is native to web applications?
What advantages does Python have over okay, yeah. Okay, Python has a lot of frameworks that has a lot of features. It has its accessibility is more it's more its accessibility also it's more effective. It helps with faster loading websites. It helps with different things. Most things are faster using this same Python, and its frameworks are like its frameworks are like we have different frameworks like Django, Flask, and all that. I don't think there is. Okay, I think just one is Node, and I don't think it can be used in like more framework, like more of framework, and or it works on backend. Yeah, I'm sorry. Oh, sorry, on front end rather, not framework. It works on front end more, like yeah, it works on front end and back end more. So I don't think there is any advantage, or there should be a slight or is lead to the advantage like that Python has over JavaScript.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to comment that these questions we can also discuss during our common Q&A that we will be having in a couple hours. We will have all our speakers on the panel discussing the future of future together. We're actually almost running out of time here. So how about we take the rest of the questions to the common Q&A? Does that sound okay? Okay.
Yeah, it's all okay.
Great. Okay, so then we have
Fine.
2
Well,
minutes. Yes.
okay, should I share my slide and my last slide?
Of course. Here it is. Oh, it disappeared. Can you share your screen, please?
Yeah, I think this is right.
We don't see it yet. We don't see your presentation yet. It's not here. Can you share your slides, please?
Yeah, it's on the show already.
Okay, yes, it is now. Okay, it's loading. We'll have it soon. So it's loading.
Yeah, so yeah, if you have any question for me, you can follow me at Coder of Lagos, like Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Then for LinkedIn, my LinkedIn profile is linkedin.com/in/Coder of Lagos. So that's me. You can search me. Okay, my name is
Beautiful.
Okwemigbo Disu. Yeah,
Beautiful. Thank you so much. Thank you so much
that's
for
my
your
name.
speech and answering the questions and for your time. We're
Sure.
going to take a short break and come back in a few minutes. So stay tuned. And Okwemipo, we will see you soon during our panel discussion.
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure, no
See you
problem.
soon, everyone. Bye.
Hello, our Python community. We're back. We're back at this time, and we have another speaker coming, and it is Ian Roy. So let me tell you a bit about Ian Roy. He's a data scientist intern at Lulu International Exchange and organizer at Kaggle Days Meetup Delhi NCR. He has a distinct passion for problem solving using data science, machine learning, AI, and loves to wear a cap of a tech speaker passionately. And Roy is here with us.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the warm welcome. Uh,
Great. So we have your presentation here.
mhm.
Okay, so we will talk about combining machine learning and big data.
Yeah,
Ion, the floor is yours.
yeah, thank you so much. So thanks to all of you for joining today's session. Today we would be discussing about PySpark, and why we are discussing this. It's because it's all about how you can combine machine learning and big data. So how this journey started was I used to do machine learning. I used to do data science projects, self projects as a student. Then as I gradually got into an internship, so there the amount of data was huge. It was a real world setup. So they told me that, hey, listen, we have to do something, or we have to use something on top of which we can do machine learning. So I was thinking like how we can do something, or what was the thing that they were asking for. So then after some research, I came across a concept of big data, and then a big data, I tried to combine these two, and this was really an interesting journey. So I thought, how about sharing this journey with you all, so that you can also understand, so that you can also start your journey for combining both machine learning as well as big data. So a brief intro, as the organizer welcomed, so thanks to them, and thanks to them for the opportunity. So I'm currently a data science intern, and I usually do self projects in data science, machine learning, and recently have been exploring this domain of big data plus machine learning, right? And I also organize these kind of meetups, these kind of events to just make others learn, to help others learn these concepts of machine learning, data science, things like that. So this is agenda of today. So I have divided the entire talk into 6 parts. So first of all, I have tried to keep it a very basic talk, so that everyone gets an understanding about what this talk is all about, and we would be starting from very scratch. So starting with what is big data, because while we're trying to combine these two, you should first understand these two domains individually, right? What these domains actually are. So we will first start with what big data is, then what machine learning is, and then why do we actually need to fuse big data with machine learning. So here I will also share my experience, that why I came into this domain, or why I thought about combining these two domains. And then what is Spark. So from here we will just kickstart into our own, into the core of this talk. So what is Spark, and then how the architecture of Spark looks like, so that you can get a better understanding about how you can utilize that architecture to do machine learning. And then how to harness the power of Spark. Now you know what Spark is and how the architecture of Spark looks like, but how actually you can utilize Spark using Python. Because what usually happens is, when you talk to folks from data science or machine learning industry, so what they are more fluent with is Python. What they're more fluent with is R. So I also thought that how about combining that prior knowledge of Python as a data scientist or a machine learning engineer into utilizing something on top of Spark. So here comes the concept of PySpark, the core of our talk. And then after we have covered that, so we will focus on Spark's machine learning library, which will help us to do ML seamlessly, right? Because this will be a very easy process, and this will definitely kickstart your journey to move ahead and to explore things. So first of all, defining big data. So as the name suggests, the big data, where the data amount is huge, and it's not only into those megabytes or gigabytes, right? So the amount of data that we're talking about here is a huge amount of data, let's say zettabytes or petabytes of data, which are usually defined by 4 V's. That's volume. Exactly, the volume of the data is huge. And then variety, like maybe the data is in PNG, maybe the data is in CSV, maybe the data is in Excel format, or the data is stored in certain database like MongoDB or other databases. And then velocity, the ingestion of new data is huge. Why I'm talking about this is, when you talk about this IoT sensors, when you talk about the companies that utilize the power of IoT sensors to do some analysis kind of things, they heavily depend on big data. And here comes the velocity concept of big data. And then your veracity, you never know the answer, you never know how the data would look like, or there are highly uncertain points while you're collecting the data, while there are certain points going on. So this is like a brief overview about what big data is, like as a short definition. So you can see the red one, right? It's kind of a domain which helps you to extract, analyze any information from a huge set of data, right? So that's big data. And then this is a machine learning. So machine learning is a way or is an approach to achieve like artificial intelligence. Like artificial intelligence is just like you train your machine to behave like a human, though they are not there to overtake that, but still, like you tell your machines to take decisions like a human, without explicitly programming that. Every time you do not have to code everything, that if this happens, if do this, and no entire long if else loops, right? It would be definitely a computer taking its decisions, like when should I react this, when should I react that, right? So this is machine learning. And how does computer learn? So definitely it learns from the data. Like, because when you were a child, you were also given some inputs that, hey, see, this is apple, this is how orange looks like, this is how apple looks like. So similarly, machines have to fed data so that they can understand things better, so that they can also take decisions. So this was about big data and machine learning. Once we understand these two domains, I try to cover these two domains at a high level overview, so that those folks are just entering this domain can at least understand what these things are, and can also focus on like how things work, or what is the need for combining. So we now understand these two, big data and machine learning. The text bold, like made in red. So why do we actually need to fuse? So this is a graph. Like if you see the graph, the generation of data has been exponential in the last 2 years. So this graph is not very up to date, but it's like, let's say we can assume of 2015 or 2016 kind of this graph was generated that time. So around 2016, it was claimed that 90% of the world's data was created in the last 2 years. And after that, if we consider the case of country where I live, like India, so here the internet penetration has been huge in the last 3 to 4 years. So you can understand, like there are huge amount of data points out there, and every organization wants to capture those data points to help their customers, or to help their customers with better recommendations, personalized recommendations, or to optimize their operations, right? So this was like why we need to fuse big data and machine learning, because big data supports that ecosystem where you have huge amount of data, right? You have huge amount of data sets coming in, data points coming in, and when you have this much amount of data, why not utilize every data point that you have to do some analysis? That's why machine learning comes into picture, and we try to combine these two, so that your organization do not miss out the industry trend of serving the customers well, to treat your customers well, right, with recommendations and other services. So this was the need of combining machine learning and combining machine learning and big data, things like that. So once you understand this, like now we're talking about big data a lot, right? So big data, like if we talk about big data a few, like around 5 to 6 years back, so you might be familiar with folks talking about Spark, Apache Spark, right? So here it's Apache Spark, and then folks talking about Hadoop ecosystem. So these are all big data ecosystems which help you to do those things, right? So what is Spark? Because before diving into PySpark, we need to understand what Spark is, and what are the functionalities, what are the things it provides, what is the architecture of Spark, so that you can understand things better, so that you can focus on things better, and can understand like you can just figure out things better. So this is like Apache Spark is a open source project which started at University of Berkeley. So it started as an open source project with a few researchers, with a few students coming in to explore how things look like, or how we can do certain things, how we can build something which can help to distribute the data, or which can help you to distribute the data sets, like huge data sets that we have, which are not which the organizations were not able to store in a single machine, or store in a single server, like some distributed computing, some parallel computing. So they came up with a hell lot of concepts. So they thought about how about making a analytical engine, like unified analytical engine, which can help you to do large scale data processing. Like you scale your data like the data set is huge. Now you can run your data science or machine learning jobs on top of that. And the best part why Apache Spark is gaining so much prevalence in industry is due to this high level APIs that it provides. So any person who knows Java, any person who knows Scala, any person who knows Python, R, they can just kickstart the journey of this of utilizing Apache Spark and the functionalities that it provides. But like now we understand what Spark is, like what is the definition of Spark or what actually Spark is. But after understanding that, we would focus on like what are the key functionalities or what are the key tools that Spark provide us. So starting with Spark SQL. So those folks who want to do some SQL processing, SQL queries, they want to get some results from the SQL queries, they can utilize the power of Spark SQL. And then you have MLlib. So that's our major focus for today's talk. MLlib is for machine learning, and it's these things that are mentioned in red are already pre-built, are already there in like are already there in Spark. Whenever you install Spark, so you will get these things there. Then graphics, those who want to do graph processing and similar kind of stuffs, they can utilize graphics. Then you have structured streaming. So maybe you deal with streaming data like IoT sensors or where the data streams are being used. So like for incremental computation and stream processing kind of stuff, so you can utilize structured streaming. So these are the functionalities, or these are the high level tools that Spark provides. And that is why definitely is becoming the developer's first choice to combine big data or to do something or to do analysis on top of those huge amount of data sets out there, right? So these are the few functionalities and these are the few advantages that Spark provides. And like Spark as an architecture, Spark as an ecosystem, Spark as an analytical engine, we are talking about those things, right? But at the very core, like whenever you install Spark or whenever you do any processing in Spark, so how actually a processing takes place in Spark, we will focus on that in our later slides, right? But like when you're utilizing this engine, you should know that there is certain storage that is being used, a storage concept that is being used. So when initially Spark was released, so they came up with this concept of resilient distributed data set, right? So this was the first kind of storage that Spark provides, and these are the few features. It's immutable, fault tolerant, then type safe. But when they made high level APIs using Scala, Java, Python, R. So some of the folks told that it's very tedious to code in RDDs. It's very tough, or it's the syntax to write RDD is very difficult, right? So they tried to modify it to bring up certain new storage types or storage concepts like data frames, data sets. And most of the time when you are utilizing Spark for machine learning, so it quite happens that you work a lot with data frames. Why? Because when you were only doing machine learning, you were fluent with those pandas data frame, you were fluent with those data frame concepts in pandas, right? So it really becomes easier for you to understand those concepts, and you do not have to do that hard work again and again, that how things would look or how data frame works or how can I do those things or how can I do that things, right? So like it's the major advantage that after time passed, like RDDs, data frames, data sets, we have so many features now, so many storage concepts now. But at the core, like even if you write data frames, even if you write data sets, everything gets converted into RDDs, because that's the core of a Spark architecture. That's how things work in a Spark architecture. So like we were talking about Spark architecture, like what actually is Spark architecture and how it will help us in doing machine learning, right? So we discussed 4 parts like SQL, MLlib, graph processing, stream processing, things like that. But how actually a Spark architecture looks like, that will definitely give us a boost to understand things better, to do things better, right? So this is the architecture of Spark. So at the very bottom, you have those clusters, so that like whenever you install Spark or whenever whenever you get a machine on AWS, like Amazon like AWS EMR. So there is a concept of Amazon EMR. So that's elastic map reduce. It helps you to set up the Spark cluster there. So what actually it does is like it makes a Hadoop cluster, a standalone cluster, or Apache Mesos cluster. So what are these? These are big data ecosystems like which have been prevalent from quite 20 to 30 years. Like they have been highly used in the market, right? So these ecosystems are capable of utilizing the power of big data to utilize the power of big data concepts, right? So these concepts, on top of these concepts, after they serve you that big data ecosystem, you have the Spark core, and Spark core is where like the actual task, or like you ingest your data, you get back the result, you print the results, right? It's the core of the Spark architecture. So let's say your data is stored in MongoDB. Let's say your organization stores data in MongoDB. You get the data from there, and like any data sources that you have, you get your data in Spark core, and then you do some, like you write your user programs. And but in user program, you try to utilize certain libraries, right? Certain libraries, in this case maybe like MLlib, right? We would be focusing on MLlib. So here there is a mistake, like data frames is not a library. There is a mistake in the image, so ignore that data frame, right? So like it should be SQL right on top of that. And languages, it's Python. Like let's say I am more fluent, or I'm more like I find it easy to code in Python, right? So what I did, like I wrote my code in Python, and then utilizing the Spark's machine learning library MLlib, I'm trying to interact with the data that's being stored in data sources. And those data sources, once ingested into Spark core, is divided into like these ecosystem which it provides, so that you do not have to do those all hard works, right? So this is how a Spark architecture looks like. But we were talking about like once the program comes into Spark core, the task gets divided, things like that. But how actually a task gets executed, right? Because this, once you understand this thing, it will be definitely easier for you to understand how it relates to machine learning task in Spark. So first of all, we will explain it with an example. So driver is the main program which who knows what to do. Like let's say you want to throw a birthday party to your friends. Like let's say you are inviting 50 or 60 of your friends, right? So you just invited them, but then you thought that there are a hell lot of tasks to be done. Like you have to bake a cake, you have to decorate your house, you have to buy some groceries, things like that. So what you did is like you called your mother, father, and brother that, hey, listen, I'm thinking about this. I am the driver, right? I know how to drive this initiative, and I have these things to do. You divided, you wrote those tasks in a raw, like in a cluster manager on the notepad, right? And then assigned every worker. In this case, like your mother is a worker, your father is a worker, your brother is a worker. So you allotted the task that, hey, bake this cake, hey, clean the house. So they execute those tasks, right? They execute those tasks on that specific like whichever they are told to execute, right? So once they're done with that, they throw back the result to cluster manager, and the cluster manager then throws back the result to the driver. So driver and everything, like everything interacts with each other, so that there is a complete flow, there is a complete synchronization between the concepts. So how this works in machine learning, let's say you want to do certain processing, or you want to do certain analysis, right? So you are the driver, you know what things to do. So you are a driver, and you know that I have to do this data processing, then I have to do data visualization, then I have to do feature engineering kind of things. And you try to convey this to the cluster manager, and in turn you applied that. You do not have to tell that which worker should do this, which worker should do this. So this is the power of Spark. So it tries to divide the task into several workers that are available, and every worker is divided almost equal amount of task, and once they're done with their task, they give back the result. So this is how, like, even if you have huge data set, or even if you have a lot of machine learning stuffs to do on your data sets, the Spark ecosystem takes care about all those things and throws back the result chunk by chunk, and then it's combined in cluster manager and then thrown back to the driver, so that it's easier, it's faster to combine those things to do those things, right? So this is how a Spark task looks like. And this is how Spark application, you wrote a Spark application and then you wrote a user program, right? You wrote a user program, and at the end you tried to, like we told that every time you make a data frame or data sets, every time you have to utilize that storage concept, and that's RDDs, right? RDDs try to convert it into a directed acyclic graph, which takes care about which task to be allocated to which worker, what is the data distribution, things like that. You do not have to take care about those things. Spark takes care about those things, and then you give back then you try to communicate with the workers that, hey, this is the task, and you have to do those things. And workers do their task. They once they're done with their task, they give back the results to the cluster manager, and cluster manager in turn interacts with the user program and prints the result in logs or things like that. So this is how a Spark application or a Spark program looks, and this is how uh, generally a Spark task is done. So in our case, it's machine learning, right? So in case you want to study more, like I will try to send these slides to the organizers, who can definitely share these slides with you so that you can understand things better. So these are a definition about what things we discussed: Spark context, driver, executor, worker, cluster manager. So what are these things so that you can understand things better, right? So this is like, now we understand what Spark is, what big data is, what machine learning is, why do we need to combine these two, how the architecture of Spark looks like. But now we are at a better position to combine these two, like how we can utilize the functionalities or the architecture that Spark provides using Python, right? Because we were discussing about that Spark provides a high level API using Java, using Scala, using R, right? So how can we do those things? So here comes PySpark. The PySpark is just a library. Like when you are using machine learning or whenever you're using data science, you might have heard that there is a concept of libraries, Python libraries. So similarly, PySpark is a library. So we were talking about Python, right? So we will be focusing on Python, and through that we will be utilizing MLlib, that's machine learning library, to do our machine learning tasks. So Apache Spark was actually written in Scala, right? As we were talking about, and it requires, whenever you install Apache Spark in your machine, you need to have, let's say, Java installation already there in your machine. Otherwise, it won't run. Spark won't run. But then you would ask that, hey, if I write my code in Python, then if it requires Java to run, so how would things work, or how would the communication take place, right? So now we were talking about this PySpark, right? So like, okay, like we can do our communications through PySpark, but how actually it works, right? PySpark in turn depends on a library called Py4j. So it's it will help you, like whenever you write a Python code, whenever you write your Python code to interact with Spark's architecture, it will just try to convert it, or it will try to work with certain RDDs with the help of Py4j library. So these are these are some communication channels or communication sockets between Python and Java, right? So these are internal stuffs, and whenever you install PySpark, so this Py4j comes automatically, or sometimes it doesn't. So you can install like pip install Py4j and kind of things like that. So that way you can utilize the power of PySpark, and you can just do things, right? So this is PySpark. But we were talking about graphics, SQL library like SQL, and then MLlib. So our main focus from beginning was Spark's machine learning library, because this will help us to understand how things actually work or how things have been going. So Spark's machine learning library, so what are the functionalities that it provides? Because that way you will be at a better position to understand that how actually this library will help us to achieve our goal, right? How can you utilize PySpark, how you can code something in Python, using the PySpark library, and you can do machine learning stuffs so that you do not have to code everything from scratch. That's why we are utilizing PySpark, Spark's machine learning library. So these are the few tools that, these are the few functionalities that Spark's MLlib provides. So MLlib is Spark's machine learning library, and it provides certain things like ML algorithms, featureization, pipelines, utilities. So these functionalities that it provides definitely helps you to scale your project, scale your product. Why? Because you do not have to take care about coding everything from scratch regarding those linear algebra concepts, regarding those statistics, regarding the data handling, right? You do not have to take care about all those things. And on top of that, you can do some feature engineering, you can do dimensionality reduction, you can make pipelines. So pipeline is just the step-by-step process, like this is the first step, this is the second step, and this is the third step. So this is a pipeline that after first step is done, you have to do this second task, and then you have to do this third task. So these all functionalities PySpark or like the Sparks machine learning library provides, and we will be utilizing this concept, or we will be utilizing this application of Sparks machine learning library using Python, right? So you have all like almost most of the things you need to go, like you need to explore regarding machine learning and regarding the Spark ecosystem. So once you're done with this, like you would now try to focus on, hey, tell me how a Sparks machine learning workflow looks like, right? So it's not different from the machine learning workflow that you have. So how actually a machine learning workflow looks like, it's like you get your data from various data sources, let's say MongoDB, or like you have your data stored in Parquet format or CSV format. So you get your data into a data frame. It's a storage type that we were discussing earlier, right? So you get those data, you load your data. Once you loaded those data, you try to extract some features. Maybe you try to make certain new features, maybe you deleted some features, maybe you just try to see how things work, or how you can make some new features to make your machine learning process faster or accurate, right? So you try to extract some features, and it's done with the concept of transformers in Spark. So transformers is like it takes one features, or like it's more into feature transformations, right? And it returns a new data frame. That initial data frame contained 100 features, now it's reduced to 30. These 30 are actually important for generating some accurate results for machine learning. Once you generated those features, once you did some feature engineering things like that, you try to train a model on top of that, right? You try to make a logistic regression, you try to make a linear regression kind of thing, and it's done with the help of estimators. So estimators is like it takes a data frame, like it takes a transformer, like transformer just gives you a new data frame. So estimators take that and try to do certain processings which it actually provides, like Spark provides you with those algorithms that you have, right? Classification, regression, clustering, collaborative filtering. So you have all those algorithms out there. So estimators try to run those algorithms and to train a model, like it's a logistic regression model. And once that's done, the final model is here, and you try to test it, you try to evaluate it, like how the model performance is before shipping it into production, right? You cannot take risk that your machine learning model is predicting very poorly and you just deployed it into production. You never want that, right? So you try to evaluate what's the accuracy, what's the AUC, area under curve, right? So once you are happy with the results, once it's optimal, you try to productionize it, you try to deploy it into production, right? So this is like data frame, transformers, estimators. So data frame is just a storage type, transformer transforms those features, and estimator is like it takes new features, it takes a new data frame and turns it into a model. And evaluator is like it evaluates the model performance. So this is a pipeline we were talking about. Like pipeline is just a combination about, like I have tried to combine it into a red box. So that's like stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, stage 4, stage 5. So this may be a combination of stages to make a logistic regression like prediction, right? Prediction using logistic regression model. So first of all, you loaded the data, did some feature indexing, then again some feature indexing, then you did one-hot encoding, and then you did vectorization. On top of that, you tried to make a logistic regression model, and then you came up with predicted labels, right? That will definitely help you to understand or to get the results from a machine learning model. So this is a pipeline, ML pipeline, that looks like in a Spark ecosystem. And these are the definitions, like what data frame is, what transformer is, what estimator is, and what pipeline is. We discussed about these things and like in this slide, right? So I hope that once you get these slides, maybe you can just explore things better. So these are a few applications that Spark's machine learning like ML provides. So first of all, linear regression, logistic regression, then you have this SVMs, support vector machines. Then you can do principal component analysis, singular value decomposition. So these are huge important concepts in machine learning, right? Because this helps you to make your base, to understand things better, to do things better or in a faster manner. Like once you're done with those things, like why we are focusing on these things is you do not have to code everything from scratch, and you can just code these things right in Python, right? In the syntax of Python. You do not have to take care about that how Scala works or how R works or how Java works. You do not have to take care about those things, and you can utilize your Python knowledge and these library knowledge, that how things work and how things have been like you can utilize these algorithms out there, and on top of this you can just work, or you can just build something for your organization or for your self projects. So this was a high level overview about what big data is, what machine learning is, why do we actually need to combine these two, then what is Spark, what's the architecture of Spark, and then we saw that there is a Python and ML lib out there, right? So it helps us to understand things better. And once we got a high level overview about those things, we try to see, or we try to explore in detail a little bit about ML lib, what it provides, what are the applications that it has, and how it can utilize, or how a machine learning workflow looks like in Spark. So these are a few useful resources. Like you can just go and explore things. Uh, the first two links contains the documentation of the from the Spark project, so you can utilize those things and can understand things better. So maybe now it's like for you it might seem daunting that, hey, I have to like I'm just starting machine learning, then how can I do this? Or it's a combination of two domains, big data and machine learning, so would I be able to do? So like it's not that tough, because once you have a sound knowledge about machine learning, and then a little bit like around a boot camp, or like a weekend of, like if you spend a weekend for learning big data, you do not have to get into the very depth. Like you can just understand things, how things work, how the Sparks architecture looks like, or how things actually work, right? So you can understand those things, and you can utilize your machine learning concepts on top of that, and that definitely will help you to scale your projects, scale your machine learning projects, which may rise from zettabytes of petabytes of data, right? So you can understand it will take time, but still like it's just a good start. Like I also started, so maybe you can just start and see if things work. And if you have any questions, you can let me know. Like I will be very happy to answer them. And in case if you have any like feedbacks or anything that you want to share with me, you can definitely share with me on like on my LinkedIn, or like you can just you can just get in touch with me over my LinkedIn profile.
Sorry again, I'm speaking while I'm muted. Hey, we're back here with Zhenya. Ayam, thank you so much for your time and for your presentation. And we still have 8 minutes left till our common Q&A. So I suggest if you guys have any questions, please write them in the chat, and we will make sure Ayam answers them right away. All right, we're monitoring the chat. If any questions, just write them. In the meantime, we will share Ayam's LinkedIn so you can connect with him. Sergey, yes, it is Snake. It's a Python, actually. He is here with us. Yes, this is our mascot for today's summit. Okay. Okay, we have a question. Ayan, I will now hide your slide with your contacts.
Mhm.
Okay, let's see the question. How is PySpark different from Anaconda?
So Anaconda is not a library, but PySpark is a library, right? So PySpark is just like you might have heard about NumPy, Pandas, TensorFlow kind of libraries. So PySpark is a library that helps you to combine these two. Like you can utilize big data and machine learning together with the help of PySpark as a library. But Anaconda provides you that ecosystem, right? Like Anaconda is just the ID, or like you just try to run your Jupyter notebooks out there. So that's the difference. Like it's a library, and Anaconda is not a library.
Great, thank you. Now we have a next question. This is maybe retro. How
Yeah.
different is PySpark?
So like one of the limitations of pandas was like, let's say your RAM is of 8 GB or 16 GB, you can understand or you can explore things like till that memory storage only, right? Maybe your memory storage is let's say 8 GB, so you can only work, or you can just focus on that 8 GB of data only. You can just ingest that 8 GB amount of data only. But with the help of big data, or like with the help of Spark, you get that flexibility to work with gigabytes or petabytes of data, right? So that way it's definitely faster, and it's definitely very easy to understand. It's very easy to do things on top of that. So like even when even you have Dask, so there is another library called Dask, so that helps you to do those things very easily. Like PySpark, it's much faster as compared to Pandas.
Thank you. Okay, our next question is this. Who inspired you coding?
So like I started my coding journey in my like in last 2 years of my schooling, right? So I had a subject computer science in my school. So I had like I just chose that subject, and initially I didn't love that much coding, right? But still, like I had to pass that examination. So it started with there. It started from there. Then I just developed interest in coding by myself only, like just by seeing the fascinating stuffs my seniors used to do. So I just got interested from there, and just the things have been going from there.
So how old were you when you started?
So I was I was 17 years.
Did you have any mentors who supported you in your development as a professional?
Yeah, so like first of all, like in my school there was a Python teacher, right? So like we had a Python subject there. So like she did all the hand holding with all the students, that she taught us Python. And then things grew, and when I came to college, there was certain communities, certain societies out there which helped us to like organize certain events, which help us to do certain things. And then the mentorship, I got the mentorship from there, and it was really a good experience.
Great, thank you for sharing. Okay, we have the next question. Can fast languages like R and Java work better in data science than Python?
So like this is really a good question. Like I'm not sure about Java, but definitely Spark has a good ecosystem. Spark has a good like community support when it comes to this data science or machine learning kind of stuff. So maybe like let's say Java is also picking up pace. Like even there is certain researches, there are certain open source libraries coming in. So LinkedIn recently open sourced a library called Dagly. So it's Dagli. So like they are just combining, they are just trying to explore. But yes, definitely there is a scope that these things will be there. And like R and Julia definitely are leading the race along with Python.
Great, thank you. Okay, next question. I'm about to get in the AI and ML field, so any recommendations?
Yeah, so like definitely I would love to recommend you a certain coursework that you can definitely follow. Why I'm telling this is because I maintain this coursework, and you can just go there, and I just shared the link with you. You can just post that in the comments, right? So this can definitely help you to start or to kickstart your journey, and it can definitely be a helpful process for you to explore things.
Great, we shared your link. Hopefully YouTube allows us to do it. Yes. Okay, any other questions? Okay, I think we can leave the rest to our common Q&A that we will be having in 2 minutes. So how about we take a very short break, sip some water, stand up, do some stretching, and we'll return to have a common Q&A, a panel discussion among our speakers. See you soon. We will do this Q&A with you. And as I understand, we will be able to speak with you more about machine learning and deep learning.
Yeah, sure.
Beautiful. So, okay, dear participants, you can ask your questions in the chat here, and we will put them on screen and answer. In the meantime, there is one question already that, okay, this question. I'm about to get into the AI and machine learning field, so any recommendations?
So first of all, like recommendation about This AI ML field is like try to get your basics cleared. Do not directly jump into this machine learning algorithms. Do not directly jump into this core ML deep learning stuffs, right? Because it's really important to understand the basics, what the basics are. Maybe it starts from the mathematics behind those machine learning algorithms, be it linear algebra, be it statistics, be it calculus, be it probability. So try to understand. I'm not speaking that become a mathematician, right? So you just understand the aspects or these certain aspects of data science or machine learning from certain courses, like let's say you can go to Khan Academy has a good course on linear algebra. And then on YouTube you have one channel like Three Blue One Brown, right? So you can just understand the linear algebra concepts visually from there. Then you have probability, like small concepts out there, so that it's easier for you to understand things better when you are going to complex modes or going to certain complex things like AI, machine learning. Because at the end, it's like you need to have a good knowledge about mathematics, like a sound knowledge of mathematics. So definitely, like I shared that link of my repository, so you can just go there, and apart from that, try to focus on the mathematics part first, then try to implement those mathematical concepts using Python. Like this way you will just get a better advantage about how Python works and how you can utilize those things, and step by step start making small projects, because it's important that while we are doing machine learning, while we are doing AI, we can do a lot of courses out there, right? There are a lot of courses being given by Coursera, being given by Udacity. But it's important that whatever you learn, how much you learn, try to implement it using self projects. That definitely makes your portfolio and definitely helps you to gain confidence that I know this stuff and I can definitely do this. So definitely, like, recommendations about this.
Great, thank you for your answer. We have a question from our Pine platform where our senior track participants are also watching your presentation. So this
you.
is the question that we got in there. I have a question on Spark ML workflow, how the feature transformation is done. Does it apply PCA or similar methods?
So like PCA definitely, like in Spark, while we are discussing about this, like in my previous slides, right? So I discussed about the availability of concepts like PCA, right? Definitely PCA serves as the base, or serves like it helps you to do feature transformation. But still, like similar methods are like, first of all, industry is using PCA, and Spark's ecosystem, Spark's community has also been utilizing this, and it really works well. So definitely PCA works great. PCA like methods.
Thank you for your answer. Next question here from our participants, why PySpark?
Why PySpark was I started my journey of machine learning with small data sets. Like let's say when I started my journey of data science, it was only around like 100 MB or 200 MB of data. So that was really manageable. I can utilize pandas, I can use NumPy, things like that to do my processing. But when I came into real world, so real world data is so much super messy, right? First of all, and then the volume of data is huge. So the data that I work with in Lulu International Exchange, that's a financial company. So the data is like you store the transactional data of every customer, right? Whatever they did, or like from where they did, or how much amount they transferred to which bank. So you have huge amount of data. So that way, like I also tried to implement, like I was also reluctant to use PySpark in the first go, because I thought that I know pandas, why not utilize that? So I tried pandas, but still like the performance was very low. So we thought about, if the performance is so low that it cannot be working in a real world, because real world needs super fast, or real world needs some comfortable options. So then we thought, how about the options out there? So PySpark was a definitely good option. There was another option called Dask. So, but what happened is, in my internship team, we had a mentor who had like previous experience in PySpark. So we thought about like utilizing that, so that we can get the advantage of his mentorship. So we thought about going with PySpark, and then definitely like it's faster and it helps you to work with huge amount of data sets as compared to pandas.
Thank you. Next question. What was the biggest challenge you faced when you started machine learning?
Yeah, so biggest challenge was overwhelming. Like I got overwhelmed by seeing the resources out there, right? So there are a hell lot of resources. Let's say you want to understand something, you just go to certain websites. You have entire team of people writing those articles there daily, right? If you focus on mediums like towards data science, like towards data science is a kind of platform to explore, to learn more about data science and things like that. If you go there, you can see that there are a hell lot of articles being written. So it's not only that. Towards data science is not the only thing. Like you can go to Reddit. So Reddit have these certain channels, like where you can understand, where you can just get new pointers, can get new resources, or you are part of certain communities, like Geekle communities and things like that. You also get to know about certain new articles. Let's say Diana shared something, right? Or someone from the community shared something in the common group or common channel. You get to understand, you get to know those things. But as a beginner, as a fresher, it was very difficult for me to focus, because I also thought that this resource is also good, this resource is also good, this resource is also good, because I as a beginner cannot differentiate between them. So what I did was try to talk to industry experts who have been doing machine learning, who have been doing data science for quite a few years, like those who really work in real world. It's not only that those who do only self projects. It's asking them who actually do machine learning, right, in the real world. They will definitely give you the ideas. They will definitely guide you that, hey, do not do this. This is the mistake that most of the folks do. So this way, you will just try to understand things better, try to understand things faster. Because in today's world, while you are learning TensorFlow 2, while you come towards the end of TensorFlow 2, TensorFlow 3 is already there. So you have to be very nimble, very agile regarding that learning, and you have to get your doubts cleared, get your questions asked as soon as possible. Do not wait that I will attend something, or someone will come and tell me. Try to attend more events by certain communities, right? Because this is one of the biggest event. So try to attend these kind of events. You never know what type of meetups or what type of topics that you come across, or what are the type of topics that you can learn from these kind of events, right? So try to be a part of community and try to be in touch with folks who actually do machine learning and who are like you, right? It's better to learn together than being sitting alone in a room and learning, right?
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing this. This is actually making me smile, and we're definitely going to share this with the rest of the team, because this is exactly our mission, is to create, at Geekle, our mission is to create a space where each and every developer on any spot in the world has access to the latest technology and the access to support from the community. We can even see this already in the chat here in YouTube live stream, where people already are asking questions and answering each other. So that's the power of community that we believe in. And this is interesting that in such a complex topic, you find your biggest challenge is actually to pick the resources, and that the answer to that is to communicate with people who are already doing that and get the support from them in understanding your way. Thank you so much for sharing. Okay, next question. How much do you enjoy data science and machine learning?
So like if I talk about this, like around 18 months back, right, when I just started data science, it was really tough for me, right? I used to do web development. So the shift in mindset was really difficult for me as a student, because as a student, I always want to stay in a reluctant or in a comfort zone, right? I always want to stay that, yes, I know web development, why not do some internship in web development only, or get a job as a web developer? Why not, why should I go beyond that? So like I was very reluctant. I truly speaking, like 18 months down the line, I never enjoyed this data science, never enjoyed this machine learning. So
For
it was,
18 months.
yeah, like back 18 months back. So
Okay.
like I even didn't knew about this like machine learning concepts, machine learning algorithms. So it was then like I went to a hackathon, like again, power of community, right? So why I'm mentioning this is because people are listening, and this is important that you make them understand the importance of community to participate in this. So I went to a hackathon. I was a web developer, like I went as a web developer with my friends. So there I saw that the first three teams of the hackathons, like each team in the hackathon that won had some data science or machine learning backed project. Like your normal web app won't work. Your web app should have certain functionalities, like it should recommend something, it should do certain things, right? So I thought, if they can win, like even my web app is more good, my UI is more good, my UX is more good, then why didn't I win? So why are they winning? So like I just saw what I was doing wrong or where I was missing. So I tried to check their projects. That after the project submission was, after the results were out, I just asked the organizer to share the projects with me so that I can understand, so that I can see that what they did extra, which I can learn. So I found a common thing in all of them. It was data science, machine learning, or like AR, VR kind of things. But still, like, I thought, how about trying from AI, machine learning, and exploring these AR, VR kind of things later. But then the journey has been really like, I now find web development a little bit daunting.
This is such an interesting story. So basically, to you, it was being curious and open to learning new things, some of which were absolutely unknown to you, being open to diving in and exploring them.
Yeah,
That's
that's
great.
why like, participate in hackathons. You never know, you may meet your next co-founder, or you may meet certain new students who can just make certain projects together, right? Or win some hackathons at a later point of time. You never know, or maybe you can just learn some new technologies, like me.
By the way, while we're mentioning learning new technologies, there's a question that I kind of already asked, but I want to ask it again, is regarding the workshops that we at Geekle are planning to organize for you. We're actually planning to organize it in December, so next month. A workshop on Python. So please let us know in the comments here if you're interested, so we would know how to better organize it for you, when and in which format. So yes, and in the meantime, we're going to the next questions. What are best methods to get a portfolio in machine learning and AI? I am asking this because it is quite straightforward to get a website as a portfolio for a web developer. How does it work in the machine learning field?
Yeah, so one of the most interesting thing out there is, even I, as a folk in machine learning, I also have a website. So like, even like ionroy.ml is my website. So like, it was just a fun. So how about making a portfolio? It's like, I was talking about implementing everything you learn, right? While I was talking about that thing, every course that you do, everything that you understand, like everything that you learn from certain new courses. Let's say you are doing, or you are spending your weekend on learning this Udacity's course. Try to implement that. Do not only take notes, do not only take things in memory, because as a human, we tend to forget things, and those things will never see the light, right? So try to understand that if I am learning certain things this weekend, I will try to implement these things at least by the next weekend. And if I get stuck, I will just ask someone who is already working, and that way you will have a hell lot of projects in your portfolio, right? Like machine learning, like let's say you understand, or you just make 10 projects a year, like 10, or like let's say 5, right? You just make 5 projects this way. You did some certain courses on Udacity, Coursera, and you try to make projects that using the concepts that they taught you. So you have 5 projects, and I think that if you try to understand, try to implement those things, those 5 projects definitely gives you the clarity, and in the coming projects you can just make it better and better. So like, the best way is to get hands on. Like, do not only keep in mind that I do not have a GPU, how will I do that, right? So as a beginner, you do not require a GPU. As a beginner, you have Google Colab, you have certain other options out there. Try to utilize those things, and try to make certain projects that will definitely help you like stand out of the crowd, and that will definitely help you to get some portfolio. And apart from that, another best way is to participate in hackathons, because hackathons, like once you win the hackathons, there are certain sponsors out there, right? So maybe like the sponsors loved your idea, they would love to discuss it, they would love to understand things better, they can make certain things with you. So definitely, like, you never know when the opportunity hits, right? So try to participate, try to implement, right? Participate in hackathons, anything, but try to implement everything that you learn. Like, it's not 100% success, but at least you are not at zero, right?
I'm speaking muted again of this technology. Okay, so we have several questions that are, no, sorry, not this one. Let me hide this. We have several questions that are similar, and let me share them one by one. So this, as a 15 years old teenager, can I learn how to code in machine learning?
Definitely.
And anyone have some sources that can help me learn machine learning for free? And one more similar question to that is this. Do you think it's possible to learn all about machine learning AI by ourselves? Any recommendations about which steps to follow? So basically, the questions are how to learn, where
Start
to
machine.
start. Yeah.
So like again, I would request you to share that link once again, right?
Yeah.
Because that was my journey. Like how I'm not why I'm not sending random links. It's because I do not want you to be in a dilemma that should I do this, should I do not do this, or would this give results, right? I do not want you to be in that dilemma. I want to share with you those resources only that worked for me, that worked not only for me but also for my friends, but also for my like for other community members. So I have tried to combine those things in a GitHub repository, and those are free. Like those are definitely free. And when we are talking about there are certain questions that Coursera's course are not free, or Udacity's course are not free that way, right? So Coursera is like certain times, if you have a school email address, right? If you have a school email address, Coursera has this educational program where you get the courses for free. Like even in this pandemic, what they did was they just introduced the concept of this students getting the courses for free for a little amount of time. So be on, like, be updated about what are the happenings, when this course is coming, or when are the rates less, and uh, whenever you get the best opportunity to learn. And most of the times, like whatever courses I mentioned in that GitHub repo, that's definitely like good pointer, and you can definitely learn things for free from there.
Okay, so I'm gonna share, thank you so much for sharing. I'm gonna share this link again for those who missed it in the chat here. Let me just finish type again. All right. So unfortunately here on YouTube, we cannot share active links, so make sure to copy it and paste it. All right. Okay, this question is, what is machine learning specifically?
So, like, I will try to explain it at a very high level overview of what machine learning is. So, let's say you as a child, when you started recognizing fruits or recognizing the color of different fruits, like the apple is of red color, this apple is of this color, this orange is of orange color, right? So, someone told you, someone trained you on that, right? Either your parents, either your school teacher, either your friends told you that, hey, see, this is orange, this is how things look like, and this is how a bus look like, this is how a cat looks like, this is how a dog looks like. You were not trained directly, right? God didn't, like, though your neural networks were strong enough, but God didn't fuse it directly in your brain that this is dog. Even without training, you can tell that this is a dog. You need training, right? You need to listen, you need to get some pointers from other folks. Similarly, machine also tries to behave or tries to achieve the human intelligence. Like, you as a person decided that, yes, I will register for this event because I will get something out of it. I will network with folks, I will meet new people, right? So you took this decision that I will hit that register now button. So how did you take that decision? It's like someone told you that, hey, participate in these events, it's really useful, you just get to meet new folks. So someone told you, you learned that, right? You learned the fact that this machine learning hackathons, machine learning events, machine learning meetups helps you to learn something new. That's why you also hit that register now button. Similarly, how can a machine take certain kind of decisions? Machine has to be also trained using data, that the data sets that we talk about, right? So data is like let's say you want to tell your machine that this is an apple, or this is how Python looks like. So how will you tell that? You have to first feed the machine that, hey, look, this is how Python is from various angles, from front, back, in dim light, in bright light. You just fed a lot of images or a lot of data to the machine, and then machine starts to recognize a pattern, like Python looks like this, Apple looks like this. So it tries to recognize a pattern the way you recognized, right? Like, you also recognize that Apple looks red, or Apple has certain shape. So how did you do that? It was not in the first go. You just saw things again and again. Similarly, a machine also tries to understand things, and that's what machine learning is. Machine learns from those data and try to make a decision without you being explicitly programming every time. That every time a machine is seen of apple, you have to code it, this is apple. No, machine should be able to take the decision that yes, this is the apple. But how it took this decision, it was because of this previous data that it was trained on. So this was machine learning.
Thank you so much, Ayan. We actually have a support comment here in chat from Joe. It says, instead of programming each and every step in your code, you train a model to recognize patterns. That's exactly what you said. I would add a question to that. So how do you train a model to recognize patterns?
So how do you train your models is you have certain algorithms out there, machine learning algorithms like linear regression, logistic regression. Once you start your journey of machine learning, you will come across certain algorithms like logistic regression, linear regression. Then you have these concepts of clustering, k-means clustering. Clustering means you just cluster. Like let's say a few folks want to listen to English movies, a few folks want to listen to certain Spanish movies. So you cluster the customer base, right? How do you do that? So you tell your machine that, see, like English, like these are the customers who want to listen English movies or like English songs, and these are the folks who want to listen to Spanish songs. So you tell your machine, and next time, how would you recommend? You would just cluster it that these are the customers who want English songs. So recommend them English songs only. So how do they do that? So that's how machine learning works. And how do you get the data? Sometimes, like when you go into real world, Spotify as an example, Spotify's server has this data at their disposal, right? You might not have that data, but Spotify's server, Spotify's data team has the access to the server. So they train their model on top of that data. And model, you can choose, like there are certain literatures out there which gives you an information about which algorithm to choose when, which is the best performing algorithm at certain cases. So you can just try and practice and can learn how to train or when to train certain models.
Thank you for sharing. We have the next question here. Actually, it's one of the previous questions. What's the difference between TensorFlow and PyTorch?
So it's like, I would not say like these are completely same, but definitely these TensorFlow, like PyTorch, it's like just like every organization working on their own projects and then seeing that this accuracy is increasing or this thing is working well, so they try to open source it. It's like not like, if we talk about the differences, it's like a whole lot of book out there, and even I may not be the best person to differentiate it, right? Because I have not read the entire documentation out there. So like it's just because the difference between TensorFlow and PyTorch, but what happens is PyTorch is a little bit easier to grasp at the first go. So if you're just starting to explore things, I would suggest you to start with PyTorch, and because it's easy, it's like the community is strong. I would not say that TensorFlow's community is a little less strong. Both of them are equivalently competitive, but as a beginner, or if you're just starting these things, PyTorch is definitely a good is a good starting point.
Thank you. Difference between structured data versus unstructured data in machine learning, and which one is better to use in machine learning and why?
So structured data versus unstructured data is like, structured data comes to you in a structured format. You have the labels that like let's say if I throw a data to you and do not give you the details that this column represents this column represents this, so you do not have the structure, you do not have the that data is garbage for you, right? You do not know what that data is, and your machines have to do the tough processings to understand this. Let me try this, let me try that. It's a hit and trial process in unstructured data. But when it comes to structured data is like you have already given the machine that this is the architecture, or this is the feature that you have to predict, and this is there is a certain distribution of features out there, and it's easier for machine to gain the pattern from that labeled data, right? So it's always preferred to have a structured data, but in real world you'd never get this so much clean data, right? So much clean and structured data. So though it's always preferred to have a structured data, but in real world you have to play with features. You have to get the domain experts out there, right? That's why we also talk about the inclusion of domain experts in your data science teams or data science projects, because that helps you to deal with those unstructured data, and so that you can just come forward towards like towards a better decision.
Thank you. We have now a question. What is training set and test set in machine learning?
Yeah. So training set is like let's say you as a child were learning something. So you were trained by someone, right? Your teacher brought an apple, or your teacher displayed an apple in a projector. So that was training set on which you were trained, right? Similarly, machine was trained on 1,000 images. Let's say it was given 1,000 images of apple from different like from different angles. So that was training data to make the machine understand that, see, this is how apple looks like. It was training. The data on which the machine is trained is training data set, and then test is like on which you test, like you test your model, that is my model performing well. Now if I give them a dark image of an apple, would it recognize? So that's a test data. So you just test your performance of the model.
Thank you. And the following question. Can you please explain in short how recommendation system works?
Yeah, sure. So how recommendation system works is, let's say I and Sabu, right? The person who asked the question. So let's say I am from India, so I want to listen to Hindi songs, right? So similarly, Sabu is from, let's say, she's also from India, might be. So I do not know. So maybe she's from US, right? So she prefers to listen to English songs or English movies. So both of us have the Spotify app, right? I also have a Spotify app in India. Sabu has also a Spotify app in US. But she used to learn, she used to listen, she used to understand things, or she used to listen to English songs like Alan Walker or things like that, right? But I, like I prefer Hindi songs maybe. So my history is all about Hindi songs, and Sabu's history is all about English songs, right? So would you love that being like with all this data, like in the previous 7 days, I just listened to Hindi songs. Would Spotify recommend you, or would you love that Spotify recommends you a English song? Like you will just say, oh my God, I do not want this, such a bad experience, right? So how they cluster is from your previous experience or from the previous data, like from the previous 7 days, it was seen that Ion listens to Hindi songs and Sabu listens to English songs. So they cluster it. So cluster it accordingly, and according to the cluster, they have the fixed things that if the data point or if this user lies in this cluster, recommend this. Like do not like let's say you went to Amazon, and if you're buying laptop, so from the previous data it was seen that when someone buys laptop, they also buy a mouse, or they also buy a webcam, like they also buy certain other application like accessories, right? So that's why Amazon also clusters that if this person is looking laptop, how about utilizing those previous data to recommend something that previous users or previous consumers have used. So that's how a recommendation system works. It tries to cluster you and then recommend you according to the cluster, the bucket that you fall in.
Thank you so much for the explanation. And Sabu here is saying that she's from Nepal. So hello to Nepal. Okay, great. We have the next question. You mentioned hackathons several times. So the question from Sergey777 is how to find hackathons.
So a few websites, devpost.com. So first of all, if you go to devpost.com, it's really a good website to explore things. And like I usually get like in India, there is a platform called Devfolio, right? So in India, you have devfolio.com. And in like for abroad, you have this devpost.com. Like you can just log into there, and you can just subscribe to their like newsletter, and every week they send a list of the upcoming hackathons, and you can participate there. And the best part of this pandemic, like I am not saying that this is this is very good, but the best part of this pandemic is like you get access to foreign events too. Like this, like me from India, was never possible for me to go to this Geekle's physical event and talk, right? So just explore these, and now you do not have the country foundations. You can just apply to these hackathons, even if it's happening in India, even if it's happening in US, even if it's happening in France. You do not have to take care about those things. So apply to those. Devpost.com is your go-to place.
Thank you so much for sharing. Unfortunately, we're running out of time. In fact, we ran out of time. So let me hide my question. There you go. Okay, so we ran out of time of our Q&A, and I want to thank you, Ayan, so much for devoting your time and answering in depth to all of these questions. And I'm convinced that your answer is really helpful and inspiring to those listening to us here in Junior Track. So thank you again for your time.
Thank
And
you for the
yes,
opportunity.
we have some questions running in chat. Unfortunately, we don't have the time to answer them right now. Ayan, if you have the time, maybe you can answer them in private in the chat if you want to do that.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
So maybe they can connect with me on LinkedIn, even like I can just.
Sure. I can send it again. You shared your LinkedIn with me. I can share it again here. And community here, if you want to, you can reach out to Ayan in person, connect on LinkedIn, and ask your questions there. Okay, Ayan, thank you for your time. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
And we'll
All the
see you
best.
at our next event.
Stay safe. Bye.
Bye. Beautiful. And I would like to say that we would love to see you among us on the World Software Architecture Summit on January 26, 2021, which is really soon. Either you're considering architecture as a career move or you have already started as an architect, the event will help you deal with concerns and master the solution architecture practices. And you can register now with the promo code Python20 to get 20% off of the full price admission. Deep dive into architecture with Geekle. And we will always be here to support the community worldwide, internationally, in any point in the world, with our summits, with our workshops, with support of you. Thank you for your time. We're now going into a short break of 8 minutes, and I will leave you now as a moderator, and my colleague will follow. Thank you, and see you next time. Bye.
Hi everyone, my name is Anna and I will be moderating this event for next 3 hours. And I'm really excited to be here with you. I know that today so many people are with us. And please, guys, text in the chat who's watching us, where are you from, which country, which city. I will be really glad to see you all. And I'm happy to introduce our first speaker. It's Gajendra Deshpande. So he's assistant professor at KLS Gokte Institute of Technology. And today's topic of Gajendra is Python and FOSS in education for Generation Z. So please, Gajendra, how are you?
I'm good, Anna. How are you?
I'm cool too. Thank you so much. So how are you feeling about our conference? Are you excited today?
Yeah, very much excited.
Okay, cool. So I think we can start. The stage is yours. I'm disappearing from the screen, so please.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Gajendra Deshpande. I am working as assistant professor in KLS Gokte Institute of Technology, India. Today, I will be presenting a talk on Python and FOSS in education for Generation Z. So FOSS means free and open source softwares. Of course, Python is also free and open source. So let's explore some tools in my talk and how we can use them to improve our education methodologies for Generation Z students. So in today's talk, I'll be talking about the Generation Z, BYOD, and education, then BYOD advantages and disadvantages. Then I'm going to discuss some tools, some apps like QPython, Blockly, VisuPy, then textbook companion project, Flogorithm, and building a new programming language support by taking Julia as an example. And finally, the future goals. So let's first discuss what is meant by Generation Z. So Generation Z are the people who are born between 1995 and 2010. They are more technologically savvy compared to previous other generations, and they are also known as true digital natives. That's because from the earliest of their youth they have been exposed to the internet, social networks, and mobile systems. That means they love gadgets like any other generations, so they use gadgets extensively. Then they believe in hands-on learning than learning the things theoretically. So teachers need to be equipped with the technology. That's because most of the teachers they belong to older generations than Generation Z people. So BYOD stands for Bring Your Own Device. So with Bring Your Own Device, you can create one-to-one classroom, and students can bring and use their choice of technological devices in the classroom. So just unlike other things. Say, for example, the standard way is to create a lab with 40-50 systems, and the students will come to the uh, lab and they will work on the systems which are placed in the lab. But BYOD is something different where students will get their own devices. They may get mobile phones, tablets, or laptops. So those things can be directly used in the classroom for learning the concepts by doing some hands-on activities. Now, BYOD has got some advantages as well as some disadvantages. So the benefits of BYOD are that the students know the devices. Then it shows that technology has many possibilities. For example, just take a mobile phone. Mobile phone is not just a device which can make a phone calls and receive phones now. It's much more than that in the era of smartphones. Then cutting edge devices, and it is very cost effective. The cost of mobile phone is less compared to the laptops or other devices. Again, of course, it depends on the configuration. Then learning outside the school hours is possible. Then respect for the device. Since it is students' own device, they will use that device very carefully. Then it also helps in organized students. So, for example, in modern day, what they do is they create their own groups on WhatsApp or Telegram and they share the information. So, it is for better organization and instant messaging, those devices can be used. Then, the disadvantages of BOD are students without devices. It's possible. Maybe the economic condition of the uh, people, it may affect their capability to buy the devices. Then the one more important factor is that when students are getting their own devices, they get different devices. That means the configuration of all the devices will be different. Then distraction, so they may also use the same mobile device for uh, accessing the emails or for chatting or watching movies during the classes. That is possible. Then it may also result into not responsible student. Then there are various countries which have come up with this BYOD concept. Austria, USA, Estonia, Australia, Finland, Norway, Portugal, Switzerland, UK, and so on. Most of the countries have this policy in their education. So in India also there is a body called as AICT, that is All India Council for Technical Education, which is responsible for setting the standards for higher education in India. So they also have this policy and they have tied with Cisco DevNet for securing and increasing the productivity of BYOD devices in classrooms at schools. The first application which we are going to see is the QPython. So QPython stands for QPython is a tool which you can install, which an app which can you can install on Android phones. So QPython is a script engine which runs Python programs on Android devices. It also can help developers develop Android applications. So the Advantages of QPython are you can develop easily using QPython. That is, it includes complete development kit, which help you to develop programs with mobile. So it's not just a mobile application where you can execute the basic Python programs. It is very advanced tool. So that's why it incorporates complete development kit. Then it is powerful. You can extend it as you want. So you can add your own features to it. Then great support is available. So commercial support can support your development with QPython API or embed QPython SDK. So it can save your time. Now QPython is available in two versions, QPython and QPython 3. Now when you install QPython on your mobile phone, on your Android phone, you see similar kind of user interface. You can see here there are some functionalities which are displayed: terminal, editor, explorer, and so on. If you want more information, then you can visit the website www.qpython.com. Then on this screen you can see here that there are two screens which are displayed. One is terminal and second one is Jupyter notebook. So QPython can execute Python programs either on terminal or on notebook on Android phones. Okay, so you can see here that there are two parts. One is terminal and second one is the Jupyter. And you can see here that on terminal, basic program has been written. So string str is equal to hello Python string has been created and it has been assigned to a variable str. And in the next statement, I have written a statement like str star 3. So what it does is it's going to print hello Python 3 times. So similarly, you can go on typing your Python commands and execute your Python code. So here it will work like a command line interpreter. Then on the right hand side, you can see that a Jupyter notebook is available. So you will find a Jupyter notebook and or even IPython, and you can start creating the Python code and execute it in notebook environment. Now again, if you don't want to follow the command line or terminal interface or don't want to follow the notebook style, then again you can come back to terminal and use the standard editors like nano editor or vi editor and write a Python program, save it with py extension, and again come back to the terminal and execute it here. Note here that it works perfectly fine. So just like your laptop, you will be able to execute the programs without any problems. Okay, then the next thing here is, if you want more user-friendly keyboard, you can install one more app that's called as Hackers Keyboard. You can install it on the mobile phone, and it supports additional features which will help you to type faster. Unfortunately, I will not be able to show the demo because I am not able to connect my mobile screen to my laptop. The next tool is Google Blockly. So Blockly is a library for building visual programming editors. So Blockly is a library that adds a visual code editor to the web and mobile apps. The Blockly editor uses interlocking graphical blocks to represent code concepts like variables, logical expressions, loops, and more. It allows users to apply programming principles without having to worry about syntax or the intimidation of a blinking cursor on the command line. So from the user's perspective, Blockly is an intuitive visual way to build a code. From developer's perspective, Blockly is ready-made user interface for creating the visual language that emits syntactically correct user-generated code. So Blockly can export blocks to many programming languages, including the JavaScript, Python, PHP, Lua, and Dart. So basically you will see here that there are different blocks. So you just need to drag the block and drop it on the screen. It will generate the corresponding code. I will just show the demo in the next slide. So Blockly is one of the growing number of visual programming environments. So deciding which one to use in your app is very important step. So here are few of Blockly's biggest strengths to help you make the decision. So all this information is available on Blockly website. So first one is exportable code. So users can extract their block-based programs to common programming languages and smoothly transition to text-based programming. Then second one is the open source. So everything about Blockly is open. You can fork it, hack it, and use it in your own sites and Android apps. Then it is extensible. Tweak Blockly to fit your needs by adding custom blocks for your API or removing unneeded blocks and functionality. Then it is highly capable. So Blockly is not a toy. You can implement the complex programming tasks like calculating standard deviation in a single block, and it is truly international. That is, Blockly has been translated to 40 plus languages, including right to left versions for Arabic and Hebrew. So when you visit Blockly website, so the URL is mentioned here. So you will see this kind of user interface. So I will just switch to the demo here. So you can see here the same screen is appearing here, and on the right hand side there is a source code, and on the left hand side there is a block. So you just need to drag and drop the block and corresponding code is generated here. Let's say for example loops. I will take this code block, and you can see here corresponding code block has appeared here. Okay, similarly if you want, you can just select a language. So now you can see here, instead of JavaScript code, now I have Python code. So it is very simple to generate such kind of a code. So tools like Blockly are very useful for those people whose native language is not English. Okay, so often it happens that people who come from non-English background, they are stuck in language syntax and the logic. So here we are taking care of the language syntax, so they can only focus on the logic and build the application. So I believe that it's a great tool for beginners who want to start the programming. Then next, after Blockly, we'll go to the next one. So this is known as VisuPy. VisuPy is a tool for code visualization. Now this was the project which was created in CERN WebFest 2020. I don't have much details about this project, but a small video is available on YouTube. Even description is available. Now what happens here is it just does the opposite of Blockly. So in Blockly, what we do, we drag and drop the blocks and corresponding code is generated. But now here we have the source code, and from source code we are generating the visualization. So this visualization helps us to understand how the code is working, what is the flow of code. So this is also an important tool, I believe, so which helps us to visualize the existing code. The next is Python textbook companion project by FOSS India. So the textbook companion activity aims to create a repository of reference material for Python by coding solved examples of standard engineering textbooks using Python. So what happens is, when you refer standard engineering textbooks, you will find lots of equations. So if you want to provide practical feel, and if you want students to write the programs, then they can participate in this project. And it also happens that many times, even though the source code is included in those textbooks, but the source code is not written in Python language. So translating from other programming languages to Python is one objective, and second objective is to translate the equations to Python code. So in this way, this project helps people to adopt Python in engineering education. So this activity intends to make individuals learn Python through practical approach, then provide a huge database of companions as a learning resource, then to make it easy for users of such textbooks to start using Python, then to improve the documentation available for Python. So presently this project is under halt. They are not accepting any applications. So those who are in India, they can explore this project when this becomes active. And it's a paid assignment. That means once you submit all your assignments, they will pay some honorarium. So this is the screenshot. All the information is available in the specified URL. The next is Flogorithm. So Flogorithm is a wonderful tool which is created by Devin Cook. We have seen some tools like Blockly or even VisuPy or maybe some other tools. So there what we are doing is we are trying to generate the source code from the blocks, from the visual blocks. But those tools may not be incorporated into the curriculum because of their informal nature. Maybe if you want to introduce programming for kids in school, maybe at primary level or even at high school level, that's a wonderful tool. Blockly and other tools are really great tools. But if you want to integrate, if you want to include similar tools in higher education, then we can go for Flogorithm. So Flogorithm is a free beginners programming tool that is based on simple graphical flowcharts. So here we can draw flowcharts and correspondingly it will generate the corresponding source code, and the same can be used or same can be executed. So typically when a student first learns a program, they often use one of the text-based programming languages. So depending on the language, this can either be easy or frustratingly difficult. So many languages require you to write lines of confusing code just to display the text "Hello World." By using flowcharts, you can concentrate on programming concepts rather than all the nuances of typical programming language. You can also run your programs directly in the Flogorithm. So once you understand programming logic, it is easy for you to learn one of the major languages. So Flogorithm can interactively convert your flowchart over 18 languages. So these include C#, C++, Java, JavaScript, Lua, Perl, Python, Ruby, Swift, Visual Basic .NET, and VBA, and so on. So it also supports Python language. So as I have told you, flowcharts are more formal compared to the visual blocks. So Flogorithm tool can be integrated into the curriculum of higher education whenever we are introducing programming subject. So the user can just draw the flowchart, and that flowchart can be converted to the selected programming language's source code, and they can execute the code. So again, this is very helpful tool for those people whose native language is not English, or who are not got the education in English medium, especially their school education. Now, features of Flogorithm are: it is very easy to understand the output, then a graphical variable watch window is present, then interactively generate real code in 18 plus languages including Python, then safe recursion is supported, loops, arrays, and flexible expressions are supported. Multilingual support is available. Apart from English, it also supports several other languages like Korean, Chinese, Indonesian, Russian, and so on. Now on the screen, you are seeing the symbols of logarithm. So these symbols are the same symbols which we use in our flowcharts. So whenever we are drawing flowchart, we use input output symbols. Then to declare variables and for assignment, we use the symbols. Right, for control statement we use rhombus. Then for calling a function call, we use again a rectangle with double lines on each side. Then for looping statements also we use the symbols. Apart from that, it also supports writing comments and breakpoints. Now on the screen you are seeing a sample flowchart on the left hand side. So it's a very simple program which adds first n numbers. So you just have to input the value for n. So I have entered value as 5 and sum of first 5 numbers is 15. So you can see here so neatly it draws the flowchart, and the main advantage is it is executable. And on the right hand side you can also see that the code has been generated in Python language. So apart from Python, it also supports several other languages. So I will also show the demo here. Okay. So let me start logarithm tool. Yeah. So you can see here on the screen, it's the main screen you get when you start the logarithm. Okay. So there are several features here. So okay, so you can run the flowchart either at once or step by step. You can also define the run speed. So this is important if you want to record the video here. Then you can also remove breakpoints. You can add a function. You can also define program attributes here. And similarly, it also supports tools. For example, if you click on change language, you can see here it supports several languages, right? It supports Portuguese, it supports French, it supports Dutch, and so on. Then apart from that, you can also scale the flowcharts. So then next, here there are different layouts. So to change the layout, I will click on this layout icon. Then basically I prefer code and console format so that you can see everything on a single screen. Okay, so I can see flowchart on the left hand side, I can see source code on the right hand side, and its corresponding output on the bottom right corner. So let me add here a simple statement. So I will write here output, say hello Python, and I will click on OK. So you can see here, the moment I have added this statement, the corresponding code has been generated here. So this is a Java code by default, but you can change the language here. So I will change the language to Python. So you can also see here, these are the languages it supports: C#, Java, JavaScript, Lua, MATLAB, NIM, Pascal, right? Perl, PHP, QBasic, Scala, Swift, TypeScript, right? So I will select Python, and you can see here that it has generated the Python code. Now if you run it, so it has displayed the output here. Okay. So this is how the logarithm works. So I have shown the most basic example here. Then again, I will switch to my slides. So Flogorithm has got some advantages as well as some disadvantages. It is easy to use. It supports drag and drop and corresponding code generation features. It is very beginner friendly and great tool to learn problem solving. Then disadvantages are like code generation is limited. So for example, 2 or more dimensional arrays are not supported. Even language specific features are not supported. So for example, in bracket I have specified dot and star. It's a broadcast operator in Julia. So it is not supported in Flogorithm. So you can't generate the code. Then presently no support for Indic languages. So for Indian languages, there is no support. We have to add support for those languages. And next is using Python template file to add a new program, meaning language support to Flogorithm. So here what I have done is I have used the Python language template to add the support for new language. That is using Python template file. I have added Julia language support to Flogorithm. So let's see the content of Python template file and let's see what are things I have done to convert it into Julia. Okay, so here okay, so you can see here on the screen here. So this is a template file. You can get the template files and you can download these template files from the Flogorithm website. In the documentation section, some template files are available. So you can download them and you can edit them to suit your requirements. Now in the first case, what we have done is I have downloaded the template of Python file and I have edited the Python file. So for example, I have specified here the name of the language as Julia. Then I have specified the extension as JL. Then I have defined the list of keywords in Julia. So this list was not directly available, but the source code of Julia language is available on GitHub. So I had visited the repository and visited some files and extracted these keywords and put it here. Then case sensitive is true. This is basically a grammar file, okay, which defines the grammar for Julia language. So this grammar is nothing but the various syntactic features of the language. So here I am defining the data types. So for integer it is int, for real it is float, for boolean it is bool, and for string it is string. So these are the things which are defined in Julia language. So as per the syntax I have specified here. Then similarly for function IDs, so the convention is camel case. And similarly for variable, the convention is camel case. Then in this file we have defined the syntax for string literals, then for boolean literals, integer literals, real literals, and variable access. So then after this we have defined the expressions. So in expressions we have defined the precedence for different operators. Now note here that generally the operator precedence is same in all languages unless there are few language specific operators. Okay, so you can see here the precedence is mentioned. So after precedence with Boolean operators, then it is relational operators. Okay, so after relational operators, string concatenation operators. So here we are performing string concatenation and its grammar is defined here. Then similarly, subtraction operation, addition operation, multiplication operation, that is arithmetic operations have been defined. Modulo operation has been defined, exponentiation. Then after this, the syntax of sub-expression has been defined. Then intrinsic functions have been defined. Now in this intrinsic functions section, you need to include inbuilt functions of that language. Okay, so here we have included the functions of Julia language. They are all mathematical functions. Not much has been changed. Only the required sections have been changed here. Now if some functions are not inbuilt, if your language is not supporting that particular function, then you have to write that entire function here. Okay, so whenever that function gets called, so that it can perform that operation. Okay, so this is how functions are called. Again, note here that it's a standard syntax which is followed. So language specific syntax like anonymous functions or lambda functions, again, it is not possible here. So you can see here it says that Python lacks a sign function. So this implements it here. So if particular function is not supported by the language, then you can add the functionality here. So basically this is the section where you can add user defined functions. Then the function syntax has been defined here. Then variable syntax, arguments, syntax, etc. Then this is the RS syntax, which is as per the syntax of Julia language. Then the syntax of looping constructs like while, for, and so on has been defined. Now this is the input statement which converts the uh, user input into integer, float, or boolean. Then if statement syntax and while statement syntax, and also the print and println statement syntax. So basically this is a FPGT file, so that it's nothing but a Flogorithm template file. So if you want to change anything, then just you have to download the template file and change the file and save it. Okay, so in this way you can add support for any language. For example, you might have seen that there is no support available for Rust language, so you can download one of the template files and define the grammar as per the syntax of Rust language, then you are done. So when you draw a flowchart, you will be able to generate the code in Rust language and so on. So once this is done, once your template file is ready, then what you should be doing here is you should come to Python, you should come to, or you should click on this downward arrow button and click on open. So this is nothing but this will open the browse window and you need to select the template file. So now if I have to generate the Julia code, then I have to click on open and select julia.fpgt file. Then it will generate the corresponding Julia code. Okay. So this is the last slide. So there are some future goals. So the first future goal is to add Indic language support for logarithm. That is because India has got lots of other languages. So almost 18 languages have a recognition of national language. So and it has got millions of speakers. If we can add Indic language support, then we can reach more number of students and introduce computing to them. Then customize Blockly for more languages. So you might have seen that there are only few languages which are being supported. So there is a possibility here. You can customize Blockly for more language. You can choose any language, and if you add support here and you can customize Blockly for any language, it can be a very good open source project. Then code visualization tools. So there are not many code visualization tools are available. So you can think of developing uh, more code visualization tools. Then to make it interesting, we need to have more gamified tools to enhance learning, because our generation Z students, they're technological savvy and they believe in hands-on learning, right? And to make learning interesting, we may have to develop more gamified tools to enhance their learning experience. Thank you everyone for attending my talk.
Okay, thank you so much for your speech. It was really informative, and please don't go too far from your laptop, because in 40 minutes we will start our Q&A session. And please, everyone, don't forget to keep all your questions until Q&A session, so you will be able to ask Gajendra about everything you wanted to know. Okay, so thank you so much. See you soon. And now I wanted to ask you about one important thing. Which format of the event would be the most suitable for you? 24 hours in a row, or just 8 hours a day, like 3 days in a row? Because, you know, our team is testing right now many different formats, and we want to know what is more suitable for you. Please answer in the chat. You will see a call. Please click what's better for you, and we will know for sure for the next time. And okay, so now I am happy to introduce you our second speaker. It's the youngest speaker of our conference. His name is Rishab Kattimani. He's just 12 years old, and he's tech enthusiast, passionate about learning and sharing. Today, he will tell us about Python journey of 12-year-old and web automation demo. So, how are you, Rishab?
Good.
Oh, cool. It's so nice to see you. You know, I wanted to ask you how it all started. How have you decided to start learning such good technology in such a young age? Please tell me a little bit more about it.
Yeah, so basically, from a young age, my dad would always get these small gadgets and toys that connected to technology, and I was always fascinated by them. But technology, like serious technology and coding, really started when quarantine started and we were all stuck at home together. And that's when my dad took the opportunity to teach me Python. And I was hooked ever since I made my first few programs.
Wow, it's so exciting. Thank you so much for your time. So now the stage is yours. Please go on. I will disappear from the screen. If you need me, please just say it and I will appear again. So
Okay.
see you soon.
All right, see ya. Thank you. Okay. Hope everyone can see my screen. All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Rishab, and today I'll be talking about my journey of learning technologies, specifically Python. I'll also be showing you guys a demo on web automation using Python programming language. So let's see what we'll do in today's session first. So first I'll introduce myself, then I'll just talk about my journey into learning technology, and then we'll talk about all the major milestones and programs that I hit while learning Python. After that, we'll get into demo web automation, in which we'll talk about just what web automation is, scheduling, all the modules and libraries we'll use, and then we'll get into live coding for web automation. And there will be 2 parts of the demo, which we'll talk about later. So first, let me introduce myself. My name is Rishab Kattimani, and I'm a 12-year-old living in Dallas, Texas in the US. And I like to learn all kinds of technologies and programs in multiple languages like Python and Swift. I also run a YouTube channel called Rishab Teaches Tech, where I teach all of my programming and technology findings through these kind of videos. So recently I was interviewed for a podcast by a company called Fauna for my technology YouTube channel, and we discussed my technology learning journey. So I wanted to talk about that here too. So first, how did I get started learning technology? In my early childhood, my dad would always get these programming and technology-oriented toys and gadgets, and I was always fascinated by them. And I loved programming them and learning with them, stuff like that. There is also a very simple visual programming language called Scratch, in which you just drag different blocks together and it does simple operations because of those blocks. And at around the age of 4, I made my first program with that. I also got an add-on for Scratch that had simple motors and sensors, and I loved making little things like army tanks, cars, and other vehicles with them, because you can connect Scratch to Legos with that kit. So because that's really started my coding journey. And I also got multiple other things, like for example, a robot that you could code, and I did other hardware-related projects like that. But I didn't get into any serious coding, like with real programming languages, until quarantine started and we were all stuck at home together. That's when my dad took the opportunity to teach me HTML and CSS, which was the first really language that I learned. He also taught me Python. As soon as I made my first few programs, I was hooked, and I never really stopped learning Python since. And finally, let's see all the major programs and milestones I hit while learning Python. So first, I just did simple math operation programs and print statements, arrays, and stuff like that, just to get myself introduced to Python, and I also took a couple courses on it. I also expanded on the math programs, doing programs like finding if something is a palindrome or if a number is a prime number. Then I wanted to head in the path of artificial intelligence, but I didn't really know how, so my dad recommended me to do face detection. Since I was already in a habit of making YouTube videos, because in my early childhood, whenever I got a toy or something, I just reviewed it, doing a toy review video. So since I was already in a habit of making YouTube videos, I made videos on all of these programs, and people really seemed to like it. I also made one on face recognition, which is a turning point in my journey through Python, because it introduced me to a whole new world of technologies, projects, and programs. I also liked making web applications with Flask and tying one of the first things I learned in tech, which is HTML, to Python. After that, my dad introduced me to Raspberry Pi and other IoT sensors. We also connected all of this to AWS to utilize cloud infrastructure. And as you can see, the possibilities in Python are endless. So that was about my technology and Python journey and how I got started with it. But now let's focus in on one topic in Python, which is web automation. So first, what is web automation? Web automation is when a machine, or in this case, our Python program, can automate and execute a task for you repeatedly. So most of the time, these web automation programs are very fast, and they can do the tasks faster than humans. Essentially, automation makes the task faster, more accurate, and repeated as many times as you need. You can also schedule the task to replace you doing it repeatedly. There are many examples of using web automation in the real world and in projects. One example from the IT world is in regression testing. So most of the time, regression testing is very repetitive, so QA teams have automated that task with web automation. Also, in my virtual school, every day to prove that we were attending school, we had to fill out a form just writing our name. So instead of getting up early every single day and filling out that form, I could have automated that task with a Python program like the one we'll use today. So that was the inspiration for me to learn web automation. I wanted to see if there's a way for a program to fill out the form for me, but in the end, it sounded unethical to just sleep in instead of actually being at virtual school, so I didn't use it, but I learned how to do it, and I made a video on that topic. So I talked briefly about scheduling, but now let's go a bit in depth about scheduling. So scheduling is exactly what it sounds like. It's when it runs the program automatically to whenever you set it to. So you can run it every day at a certain time. The way you can do scheduling is based on your operating system. So I know that for Raspberry Pi and Linux/Unix operating systems and also Mac, you can do scheduling with cron jobs, but there are also applications for that specific purpose, like Jam Scheduler. So now let's talk about the libraries that we're going to use in our web automation program today. So to do web automation in Python, there's basically one main library and then there's a submodule inside of it. So Selenium is a very well-known web automation library, not just in Python, but in many other programming languages, like for example, Java, C++, .NET, and many others. Today we're going to use the Python's version of Selenium, though, for web automation. And there's also a module inside of Selenium called WebDriver. And WebDrivers are based on what browser you have. So in this case, I'm going to use Chrome because it's the most used browser. And the WebDriver for Chrome is called Chrome Driver. And the way you install WebDrivers is you just have to go to Google and search up whatever WebDriver and then install. And then you can download it from their website right there. But there's also WebDrivers for other browsers. Like, for example, Firefox's WebDriver is called Gecko, and Internet Explorer is also there, and many others. So now let's talk about what we're going to do in today's live coding demo. So in today's demo, there's going to be two parts. The first part is we're going to fill out a Google form, just like the attendance form that I told you about earlier. So there's going to be a couple questions and then a submit button. So there's going to be a multiple choice question, which will tell it to pick a certain choice. And then there's going to be a text box, which will populate some data that we already told it to. And then it'll just press the submit button. And the second part of the demo is web scraping. So we're going to take the knowledge that we got from the first part and use it to get the subscriber count of a YouTuber, and then take that subscriber count and send it to an email, send it in an email, and the message of the email will just be the subscriber count. So let's get to coding this. All right. So I'm going to use a text editor called Atom. And I have a pre-made program called fillform.py. And the first thing we need to do is import all of our modules. So like I said, we're going to import Selenium library. So I'll say from Selenium, import WebDriver, because we also want to import WebDriver. And then we also, actually that's all for the imports for now. We're going to add some later. So first thing we want to do is just open up a new browser instance. In this case, we want to use Chrome browser, so we want to open up a new Chrome browser instance. So I'll make a variable. I'll call this driver. And we're going to use a function from WebDriver that we installed up here called Chrome, because we're using the Chrome driver. Yeah. So now this will open up a new Chrome instance. And if we don't enter a URL, then it'll just have a blank empty Chrome instance. So let's open up a URL. So I'll say driver.get, and then now we can enter in the URL we want to open. In this case, I want to open up the Google form so that we can interact with the elements. So let me go to Google Chrome to show you guys the form. So it's right here. And this is exactly like the attendance form I told you before. So there's a last name, a first name, a period, and then submit button. So we want to take the URL of this form so that it can open it up automatically. So I'm just going to copy that. Copy. And then we'll go to Atom. And I'm going to paste it in. So now what it'll do is it'll initialize a new browser instance of Chrome browser. And then it'll get this URL using the get function. Now we want to interact with the elements. In other words, we want to type in the last name, type in the first name, and then press a period button. Let's say I'm in second period, so it should use that one. Okay, so in order to find this element, we have to use something called an XPath. An XPath is used to identify different elements in a web page. So to get the XPath of this last name field first, we're going to press the 3 dots up here, and then more tools, and then developer tools. There's also a shortcut for it, but I don't know that, so it's okay. And now, as you can see, it shows all of the HTML code behind these elements. So if we press this button up here, we can select any element in the form, and then it'll show us the code for that. So as you can see, it's highlighting whatever I select. So in this case, we want to select the last name field. So I'll click that. And here it shows me the code behind this last name field. And we want to get the XPath, which is a way to identify this element from the rest of them. So I'm going to right click this, copy, and then copy XPath right here. So now we have our XPath copied. And first we want to store this in a variable, and then we want to type in some keys. So let's store this in a variable called last name, because the question is called last name, or the field is called last name. And I'm going to use a variable, I'm going to use a function called find underscore element by, oh, spelled that wrong, okay. Find element by XPath. And this is exactly what it sounds like. It'll just find any element in the web page by its XPath. And the reason we use driver here is because that's our Chrome instance. And then now we paste in the XPath right here. So now it'll find this element and store it in a variable. So now it knows what this field is, but now we want to type in a last name. So how we can do that is by saying last name, because that's our variable for the field, dot send keys. Send keys is a function that basically just types in whatever you tell it to. So in this case, let's say the name we want to send is John Smith. Then the last name would be Smith. Okay, so now what it'll do is it'll open up a new browser instance. It'll get the URL of the form. Then it'll find this element by its XPath and then type in Smith in the first field. So let's save this and run it. So I'll go to terminal. And right here, first thing we have to do before running the code is we have to install all our libraries. So I'm going to pip install Selenium. And for me, I already installed it. That's why it's saying requirement already satisfied. But in order to run a program with Selenium in it, you have to pip install it. You could also install by pip WebDriver. So WebDriver. Oh, Chrome driver, sorry. Pip install Chrome driver. But that's optional since we already, in our Python code, that's optional since we already imported it. And that comes with Selenium. So that's okay. Now we can just run our program. So I'll say Python 3 and then the file name. In this case, the file name is fillform.py. Then, okay, it opened up a new browser instance. And there we go. It found the element and it typed in Smith. But there could be a problem. So sometimes the browser hangs and it takes like 1 or 2 seconds to load up all the elements. And if our program is already trying to find the element before it renders it on the web page, then it'll just give an error. So how we can fix that is by giving it a little rest for maybe 2 seconds so that all of the elements can load up. So how we have to do that is by using a function from an import from a module called time. So first I have to import it. So import time. And this function can be very useful, not just in web automation, but in multiple other programs. So I'll say time.sleep. Sleep is the function to just give it a little rest. Let's say we want to give it for 1 second so that all the elements can get rendered. But based on how good the internet is and how much hang time there is for opening up a web page, that might change. But I'm just going to add it for 1 second. So let's close this out. Okay. All right. So now it'll just fill out the same Smith. But I want it to also fill out the first name field. How we can do that is, again, we'll go to Developer Tools, and then I'll click this button so that we can select any element in the page, and I'll click it, then I'll focus it on the first name field, and click that. So now it highlights the code for the first name field. So now I want to get the XPath, and again, the XPath is a way to identify this element from the rest of them. So I'll right-click, copy XPath. And now it copied the XPath for me. So Atom, and then this is the exact same syntax, except different variables. So since the question is called first name, I'll say driver. Oh, I spelled that wrong. Driver.findElement by XPath. Then the XPath right here. So now it's finding the first name element, and then we can say first name, which is our variable that has the element, dot send keys. Send keys. And this will just type in whatever we tell it to. So like I said, the name can be John Smith. So now it should type Smith in the first field and then John in the second field. All right, so we saved that, and then we can go back to terminal to run it. So python3 fillform.py. All right, so it opened up the browser instance, and then as you can see, it waited 1 second. Then it found the last name field and then typed it in, and then same for the first name. All right, let's close this up again. All right. And the third thing we have to do is click one of the period buttons. So let's say I'm in second period and I want to click this button. Then we have to, instead of copying the whole question, we have to just select the XPath for just this radio button. And it's different than before. You can't send any keys. You can't type anything. So what we have to do is click it. So we have to find this second period element and then click it. And then same for the submit button. So let's do that. First thing we have to do is actually get the XPath. Forgot about that. So let's unselect this so that it's default. And then we'll use this button again to select any element in the page. And instead of doing the whole question, we're just going to do second period because that's what we want to click. And then here it highlights the code for it. And then we're going to copy the XPath. Okay, copy XPath. And then we'll go back to Atom. This time I'm going to make a variable called period because that's the question. Driver. Driver is, again, our Chrome instance. Dot find element by XPath. Find element by XPath because we're trying to find any element in the web page by its XPath. And then we're going to paste in the XPath. As you can see, it's not as long because instead of a whole field, it's just one radio button. And then now, like I said, you can't send any keys. So we're going to use another function, and this is called click. So period dot click. And again, that's exactly what it sounds like. It just clicks the button. So right now it'll do all the same things that it did before. And then it'll click second period. And then we want it to click submit. So just like we did for period, I'll make a variable called submit. And then driver dot find element by XPath. Find element by XPath. And then the XPath will paste in from here. So now since we want to click the submit button, we have to use this button again to find any element. So the way you know it's on is because it's highlighted in blue. And then we're going to click this submit button and it shows us the code. So now we'll copy XPath. So now we can determine this is the submit button rather than any other element because of its XPath. Then 1 second, I'm on a monitor, so I can't see that. Okay, there we go. And then paste in the XPath. Oh, I didn't type it in. Okay, there we go. So now we have all the XPath. We have the XPath for the submit button. And now, again, just like the period button, we want to click it. So I'll say submit dot-click. There we go. Oh no, I didn't want to close it. Okay, there we go. All right, let's run this program. So just for a quick overview of the whole program, what it'll do is it'll first open up a new browser instance, and then it'll open up our form, Then it'll wait for 1 second just so that all of the elements can render. Then it'll find the last name element and type Smith, first name element, and then type John. Then it'll find second period button and then click that, and find the submit button and click that. But like I said in the presentation, web automation can tend to get really fast. So just so that you guys can see that it did everything we told it to, I'm going to use another time.sleep here for 2 seconds, or maybe 3 seconds, just so that we can see that it filled out everything. But that's optional. Okay, so Python 3 fillform.py. Okay, again, it opened up the browser instance. And there we go. Okay, it's Smith, John, and then 2, second period. And there we go. It pressed the submit button also. Okay, that worked. So that was the first part of the demo. But the second part of the demo is when we want to take the subscriber count and then email it to ourselves. So first, let me close out of this. Okay. And I'll go to Chrome just so that I can show you guys. So the attendance form, it's done. It finished the whole thing. So let's just leave that. Now, what I want to do is take my YouTube channel, and then it says 610 subscribers. So I want to take that value and send an email to ourselves automatically. So how I can do that is, again, I want to use the XPath of this element. So first, let me go back to Atom, and we'll use a different file since we already filled up this one, subcount.py. And again, it had the same imports, and it's initializing the Chrome browser because we already know how to do that. But next, we have to say driver.get, and then the URL. So we're using the get function so that we can open up a certain URL. In this case, the URL is this. Let's copy this URL, sorry, and then paste it in. So now it'll just open up the YouTube URL. Next, we want it to get this element, and then it'll take that element and send an email to ourselves. So again, to open up developer tools to get the XPath, we have to press the 3 dots, and then more tools, and developer tools. Then it opens it up. And then we can use this button to select any element. In this case, we want to get this subscriber element. And the way you can double check if this is the correct element you selected is because here it says 610 subscribers, which is the text, just like this one. So we'll copy the XPath. And, oh, no, we don't want to save that. Okay. We'll copy the XPath and go back to Atom. So now I'm going to make a variable called subcount, let's say. Count. And then that'll be equal to driver.find element by XPath. And then now we can paste in the XPath. So now, as you can see, it's not as long because it doesn't. As you can see, it's not as long because it doesn't have much code behind it. It's just showing the subscriber count. So in this case, it's only the HTML ID, but sometimes it's longer, like as you can see in the form. And let's go back to this. So we're not interacting with this element like we did in the form. Like, for example, for the form, we either sended some keys or we pressed a button. But in this case, we just want to get this element and store it in a variable so that we can send the email with the message as that variable. So all we have to do, we don't even have to add another line. We just have to keep that in the variable. And now we want to send the email. Okay, let me save this first. We want to send the email with subcount in it. So first, let's just print subcount so that we can see it. Print subcount. And if we just print subcount, then it'll give a long error saying selenium something something. So just to show you guys, let's do that. So this time it's not fillform.py anymore. It's subcount, I think. Let's check. It's subcount.py. Yeah. Subcount.py. Okay, it opened it up, and it opened up the YouTube channel. And okay, as you can see, wait, let me first close out of this. Okay, as you can see, it says Selenium WebDriver Remote Web Element Session, all that. So the reason why it's doing that is because we want to get the value of subcount. So we want to get just the text from it. In this case, yeah, we just want to get the text from this element. Instead, it's giving us the whole thing. So how we can get just the text is by saying subcount.text, which is an attribute of subcount. So now if we save this and run it, then it'll just say 610, I think, subscribers. Yeah, it'll say 610 subscribers, which is just the text from that element. Okay, it opened it up again. Okay, it says 617. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. It changed that much. Okay, thank you, I guess. So it's 617 subscribers. And as you can see, if it changes, then it'll also print and send the email as a different thing. Okay, there we go. Okay, let's just clear the screen. Okay. So now that we printed it out, we want to send an email with that. So I have this other Python file called gmail.py, and I just got this Gmail stuff from the internet. So basically what it does is it creates a function called send email, and then the arguments you have to provide is the receiver email, aka who you're going to send it to, and the message. And then all of this is how to send the email, but I'm not going to get into that. And don't look at my password. So, yeah. So now what we want to do is call this function send email from subcount.py, but they're two different Python files. So how we can do that is by importing it. So like I said, like I imported it here, we're importing Gmail so that we can use all of the functions that's inside this Python file. So if we simply import it, then we can use all of the variables, the functions, all of that. So we imported it, so now we can use the function called send email. So I'll go back here, and now I'm going to say gmail.send_email. So gmail.send email is, so since it's from gmail.py, we said gmail.send email is the function. And then again, the arguments we had to provide is receiver email and message. So let's say we want to send it to my dad. So I'll put in the email address. Okay, there we go. So now the second argument we have to provide. So now it's just going to call the function and send an email to my dad. And now we want to provide the message. So the message is what it'll send in the email. In this case, we want to say subcount.text because that's the subscriber count. So we're going to copy that and then put it into here. So now what it'll do is it'll call the function from gmail.py and it'll send it to my dad, and the message will just be subcount.text, which is, in this case, I think it's 617 subscribers, something like that. And it'll also print it just so that we can double check. So let's save this. And also, I forgot about this. The reason why we don't have to import it as gmail.py is because, first of all, they both are Python files. And second of all, they're in the same folder. So that's a big thing. If you're going to import it, it has to be in the same folder. Or you have to mention the path of it. All right. And now what it'll do is, again, let's just recap the whole thing quickly. So it'll open up a new browser instance. It'll get the YouTube URL. And then it'll find the subcount and print it out. And then it'll take this subcount.text, which is the value of subcount, and then it will send it to my dad as an email. So let's go back to terminal so that we can run it. And it's Python 3 subcount.py because that's the file name. Okay, it opened it up and it opened the URL. And here it says 621 subscribers. There we go. So now it should send an email right about now. Sometimes it takes a second. Okay, it sent the email. Can I see? Okay, I'll show you guys. Okay, there we go. No, it has it right here. Okay, so as you can see, it sent it from my account because that's what we mentioned in gmail.py. And there we go. It says 621 subscribers in the message. So just like this, you can do it for many other things. You can suit this to your needs. So I just did it for my subscriber count, but you can also do it for many other things, like, for example, bank balance or the stock market price or many other things. And you don't have to Gmail it either. You can do many other things. So that's the end of the second part of the demo, which concludes the web automation demo. So let's recap the whole thing. First, we filled out a Google form and then submitted it. And then we took the sub count, we opened up the URL of the YouTube channel, and then we took the sub count, and then we printed that, and then we sent an email to my dad, and the message of it was just the sub count. So let me go back here real quick. And thank you all very much for attending this session. I hope you all learned something new or at least strengthened your knowledge on this topic. And if you want to connect with me on social media, then the links are there. And if you want to download the GitHub link, if you want to download the code, then it's on GitHub. And we'll have the Q&A session in a bit. Oh, okay.
Секундочку, рано. Okay, so have you finished your presentation?
Yes.
Okay, so thank you so much. And I think now we can start our Q&A panel.
Okay.
First of all, I want to ask everyone to write your questions in the chat for both speakers. And I also wanted to make like a little announcement. We all know that it's really hard to stay awake during all 24 hours. So that's why our team prepared recordings of all speeches for you, and you can buy it on our website just for $14.90. So yeah, don't worry if you miss something. You can simply buy recordings and see it later. So now we are waiting for our second speaker for this Q&A session. Yeah, so please, Rishab, tell me, how was your experience with us? Like, did you like our audience? Because I see that we have so many good comments on your talk, on you. Like, people really like you.
Yeah, it was an amazing experience. At first, I was really nervous, but yeah, it's really good.
Okay, so don't worry. Actually, to be honest, I'm a little bit nervous too, because it's my first time to be a moderator for such a big event. But I think everything will be okay. So, okay, I think we can start. I have some questions for you. I have so many questions, and I think that I can create a banner so you can see it on the screen.
Okay.
Oh, just give me 1 second. Okay. So the first question is, like here, you can see our first question. Can we automate to click to radio buttons in a form?
So as long as you can click 2 radio buttons manually, then you can do it then you can automate it also. So some forms it only lets you click 1 radio button per question. So for those questions you can't automate it because it only lets you click 1. But if it lets you click 2, then you can select both elements and then click those with the click function.
Okay, thank you so much. So our next banner with a question. I won't read it for you. I think you can read it and answer right away.
Okay, I'm doing an automation where it downloads a text file containing name, how to automate the download and the reading the file. So I'm not sure how to automate downloading it. I think if it's a button that you have to click to download it, then you can press the button. And for reading the file, that's a different function. If it downloaded in your local folder, then you can use a library called OS. That's different than Selenium, but there's a library called OS where you can download different files. You can read the files, delete the files, all that.
Okay, thank you so much. I see that Gajendra is already with us. We can connect. And yeah, I will simply add some questions for you, for Gajendra. You will answer. So I think we have one more question for you. You said you started learning Python during lockdown. Had you ever had an interest in it before?
So before lockdown, I've heard of Python as a programming language, but I didn't really have any interest in it because I didn't actually try it out. All I was doing was that visual programming language Scratch, like I said. So before lockdown, not really, but I still knew what it was.
Okay. And another question: how do you manage learning to code amid your school classes?
Yeah, so I started in the summer of lockdown, and then after school started again, I did coding a little bit less, but I still liked learning it, so I did it a lot.
Okay, thank you so much. So can we connect our speaker, Gajendra? Is it possible? I'm asking my team because, we have so many people here. Yeah. And I have questions for Gajendra too. I will create a banner, by the way. Okay. Oh, hi again. It's so nice to
Hi.
see you again. Okay. So, here's a question for you. I saved it from your talk, from the chat.
Mhm.
What is Julia used for?
Okay. Julia is a modern scientific language, so it is mostly being used for artificial intelligence, machine learning, and even high performance computing and data science. So it's one of the modern languages which is picking up very fast.
Uh-huh. Okay. Thank you so much. And another question also for you. Can I use ML on any camera?
ML on any camera means if it is a video and if it has sufficient resolutions supported by the program, yes, we can use. But I think there will be some minimum requirements that we need to verify with the algorithm and the package.
Okay, thank you so much. So the next question is for Rishab. Can I combine web automation with database connectively and other Windows applications?
Yeah, absolutely. So as long as it's all in a Python file or multiple Python files that's linked together, then you can absolutely connect it with database connectivity. Actually, I've made some multiple videos on connecting Python web automation. Or no, that wasn't it actually. But you can connect it to database.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah.
So, another question. Actually, I think you both can answer these questions because you both know the technology. So it depends on you. You even can discuss it. Maybe you have different views on any questions. So, yeah, the next question is: can Selenium be used in other programming languages?
So yes, definitely. As I said in the presentation, Selenium is a very well-known web automation library, and I'm using the Python version of it because we're programming this in Python. But it's also there in Java, .NET, and some other programming languages.
Okay, okay. I'm looking for another question. Please let me a little bit of time. So, another question is, what happens if we have multiple faces in the reference or training image?
That's actually another question for my other track. So this is this is the junior track.
Okay. Sorry. I think it was a little mistake, but maybe you can answer it right now. Maybe you can give a little preview of your another talk. I think it will be really beneficial for many of juniors as well.
Okay, so my other talk was on face recognition, and if you have multiple faces in the reference or training image, then either it'll give an error saying list index out of range, because if there's multiple faces in the training or reference image, then it won't know what to do with all of those faces. It won't know which one to recognize.
Okay, let's go. So, another question: what happens if a web page fails to load or errors out?
So if it fails to load or errors out, just like if you're doing it manually, then if it fails to load, then you can't fill out the web page. Same for the program. It'll give an error saying could not find element because it can't find the element if the web page errored out.
Okay, so guys, please don't forget to ask your questions in the chat because our speakers, they are like waiting for it and we are ready to answer it all. And I have another question for you. So yeah, it takes time to create banners. Maybe you know it because maybe some of you used it before. So, are there other ways to refer to an element of the form?
Yes, absolutely. So in today's demo, I talked about the XPath to refer to an element, but you can also refer to an element, like for example, from its CSS selector or its JS path, and there are others.
Okay, so, and I also wanted to ask you both, like, what do you think about the future of such technology as Python? Maybe you both could add something to share your opinion on it, because I think for our audience it will be really beneficial. Today on our junior track, we have people who just started learning Python, who maybe who just works with this technology for several months. So please, maybe you could tell a little bit more about the future of this technology. I think we can start with Gajendra, so please.
Yeah. So I believe that Python has a great future. Okay, because the way the Python conferences have been organized throughout the world, right? There is a lot of great support for Python. You can see there are lakhs of Python packages, and Python community is very welcoming, right? And they even train newcomers, and they see that they become Python contributors uh, in some or the other way.
Mm-hmm.
So I believe that Python has a great future.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so Rishab, what's your opinion on this topic?
So I think Python has a really great future because it has a very good internet presence and lots of people use it. Like the community is very like lots of people use it. It has a very big community and there's always meetups like for example this one where they're talking about Python and it has a very good internet presence, which is why I think people will just add more and more to it and then it'll be used for many other things also, like for example data science, AI and ML.
Okay, okay, and maybe you both could give some advices for juniors, like how to start, where to start, what's the most important thing while you are learning this technology, because yeah, I think it will be really beneficial for our viewers right now. Yeah, I think we can start with Rishab, and then we will ask Chandra the same question.
Yeah, so how you should start, I would definitely recommend taking a couple courses on Python, which is how I started, just to get to know the basics and the syntax. And then after that, just start doing some programs, some simple programs, and then you can scale your way up until you're very effective and very good at Python. That's how I started.
Okay, and Gajendra, what's your opinion?
Yeah. So whatever Rishabh has said, that's right. So they can start from that point and they can start building on it. So they also need to follow the different blogs and maybe YouTube channels. There are great YouTube channels which actually gives you a lot of hints, and lot of material is available free of cost, and they can start using that, start following it. Then slowly they can start developing the projects. Then the greatest learning which will happen and they will get the great support is by participating in the communities. Okay, so they have to apply for talks and go to the Python communities, Python conferences, present there, meet people over there. So that will be the greatest inspiration. And also there are many ways which are mentioned on python.org website how they can get involved, and they can follow the steps mentioned there.
Okay, thank you. And I see a really good question. Would be cool to hear both speakers share why they chose Python over other languages or why they think it's becoming as popular as it is. Actually, we partly answered this question, but I think, yeah, you can repeat a little bit and share your opinion as well.
Okay, so I chose Python during my master's project. Actually, I took 2 to 3 days just to make a survey which language will be suitable for my project. Actually, my project was related to security and applying machine learning algorithms. So something of that sort. So I found in my study and survey that Python was a great choice at that time. It was in the year 2014 I'm speaking. So that's how I started with Python, and it is very popular because many people are preferring it. The language syntax is very simple to use, and as I have already told you, the main strength is its packages and the people and the community. So everything together is making it very popular.
Okay, yeah, Rishab.
So I haven't really explored other programming languages. I've mainly stuck with Python because I was really excited about learning AI and machine learning and stuff like that. And my dad recommended me Python because he said that had the simplest syntax and it has many other modules and it has a good community. And like I said before, it has a very good internet presence. Like whenever I have an error or something, I just search it up and most of the time it's always there.
Okay, thank you so much. So, another question. Hi, can I know some framework to do web developing using Python?
So Selenium is the biggest framework and library to do web development. I'm not sure if there's any others. I'm sure there probably are, but I don't know if they're as good as Selenium. I haven't explored that much of
Yeah,
outside of Selenium.
yeah. I would like to answer this question. So Samira can explore Django and Flask frameworks for web development.
Okay.
Django has actually great presence. Actually, throughout the world, Django Girls workshops are conducted, so they can
Okay.
just follow there. Yeah.
Okay. So, another question, please. Are there other ways to refer to an element of the form?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, please go on.
Okay, so like I said before, you can also I used the XPath in today's demo, but you can also refer to it by the JS path or the CSS selector or otherwise. When you right click an element and say copy, then it shows all the list of the ways to refer to the elements.
Okay, thank you. And then, can we hack a website with the web automation?
So it depends. You can't really hack a website. You can get some elements from it, but I don't think you should try to hack a website with web automation because you should try to do programming for good rather than bad. And most of the websites, if it's an actual website, most of the times they secured it with some other things that you can't hack it. They've already thought of that beforehand.
Okay, another question. Where else can we use web scraping?
So, like I said, I just used it to get the subscriber count, but you can also get it. You can also use it for your project's needs. Like, for example, if you want to use it for yourself, you can get your bank account balance or the stock market price, and it basically you can use it to suit your needs.
Okay, next question. What happens if a web page fails to load or errors out? Sorry.
So I already answered this question, but if a web page fails to load, then just like if you're typing it in manually, then the program can also it just gives an error because it can't find any elements if the web page fails to load.
Okay, so let's check another questions. Well, we have, such, it's not a question, it's a comment. You don't always need Selenium. Actually, you just need Selenium if there is a lot of JS involved. Otherwise, you can just use Scrappy and do your navigation flow through URLs, etc. Maybe you both could add something on this comment, explaining it more deeply.
So I just used Selenium. I didn't know there was another thing called Scrapey, but I guess it could work. I've only explored till Selenium and using Selenium to do these kind of things in Python.
Okay, so another question, a difference between cookies and local storage. I think we can ask Gajendra about it.
I think cookies is the old concept where you can use the text file to send the client side information, whereas local storage is similar to cookies, but it's bit advanced concept which is available in client side languages like maybe Angular JS, right? And apart from local storage, there is also a concept of session storage.
Okay. Wow. I think we've run out of questions right now. So please, if you still have questions for our amazing speakers, you have such opportunity to ask it now. And well, I also wanted to ask a question from me. How is it going with all this quarantine situation? How your life changed, and maybe how the technology changed with all this pandemic situation in the world. Have you maybe noticed that more people started learning Python during quarantine? Because as Rishab said, he just started learning it deeply while he was stuck at home. So maybe you could share your insights, your observations on this. We can start with Gajendra.
Yeah, basically, due to this COVID, what I visualize is uh, whatever things are possible or whatever things were expected 10 after 10 years or 5 years later, so all they have come now itself. So that means we have dragged future early. So that's what I can say.
Okay, maybe have you noticed that more people started to come into technology? Maybe it had an impact on the technology, on the community. Because unfortunately, many people had to change their professions because of the virus, of the pandemic. And as far as I know, many people chose to go to IT and start learning new languages to simply had an opportunity to make money for a living. Have you noticed that you have now more people in the community, or the amount is still the same?
What has happened is actually we are in the transformation stage. So there are lots of things happening, and many people are actually not ready for it. So still many people are learning and they are struggling a bit, including myself. So I am a teacher. So we are exploring new tools and new ways to engage our students, but still we are not sure that if we adopt this methodology, this tool, then students will be happy. So we are just experimenting. I believe many people are still experimenting on different aspects here.
Okay, and Rishab, what's your maybe thoughts on it?
So, like I said, since virtual school started, I just finished all of my schoolwork on the first day, and then the rest of the week I had free. So I just took that time to either just chill or do technology. And I've noticed that even adults, they have a lot more time during quarantine because they can just finish their work and then they have the rest free. So I've noticed that a little bit more people, they're doing new things. Like sometimes they're learning new technologies or they're just learning something new in general, stuff like that.
Okay, so, and I also wanted to ask, what do you think about networking while you're learning new technology, new language? Is it important, or it's rather better like on your own and learn everything just on YouTube or free videos? I am asking it more for juniors because some of them they are trying to go to the community and learn something from them, and others just watch the videos. So how do you think what's more important, or maybe it's better to balance both approaches in learning new technology? So I think we can start with Gajendra.
Yeah, I just repeat. I just forgot. uh, just quickly. I was in some other mood. Yeah.
Yeah, I was asking about the networking. Is it important while
Okay.
you start working with the new technology? Because
Yeah.
many juniors, they maybe try to join some clubs, some meetups, and some of them,
Yeah.
yeah, they just learn something on YouTube, and they don't communicate with other developers. So, is it important to
Yeah.
communicate with
Hmm.
people?
Yes, community is very important. So when the networking is very important, especially. So we say that networking is the net worth. So that's the statement. So you will get more opportunities when your network is good, and also you will get very good guidance when your network is good. So that cannot happen just sitting in a single room or just by watching a videos. Of course you can get some knowledge, but when you interact with people, I think that's a better thing.
Okay, maybe you have some examples or cases from your own way of learning Python where networking was really useful, like super useful for you. Maybe you could
Mhm.
share it with our juniors.
Yeah, what has happened is when I visited US for SciPy conference, so I met there few people uh, where actually they gave me uh, hints about new topics. Say, for example, differential privacy and other stuffs. So after coming back, I can start exploring those things. So that's the advantage, and apart from that, you never know how these relations will grow up and how it will benefit. Maybe someday, if you are technological sound, if they are technological sound, and it may transform into a business opportunity or a startup also. That will happen only with respect to networking and when you meet people physically in conferences.
Mhm. Okay, and Rishab, what's about you? Have you ever like have any friends who also work with Python who helped you? Maybe you could also share your experience.
So I didn't have any friends who worked in Python, not my age anyways. So I always either talked to my dad or I made a YouTube video about any program or something that I learned. And that really helped me first improve my presentation skills, and then it also strengthened my knowledge because I was pressured to make that video and make it perfect for all the other people who might see it.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
So it's
okay.
definitely important to talk to someone or make a video or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, do you have any questions? Maybe, Rishab, maybe you wanna ask something from Gajendra because he's quite experienced in Python. Maybe you wanna ask for advice or something like that because right now you have such opportunity.
So I don't know what to ask. So I only, yeah.
Okay, Gajendra, maybe you have questions to Rishab.
I don't have any questions for Rishabh, but definitely I have appreciation for him. So, so he's so young and he has started programming. I feel that he is very lucky that he has got exposure at the early age. So even in my family there are kids, but even if we are ready to give some guidance, then still uh, they are not yet ready. And of course, in India, the situation is not so promising. So many people see computers first time during their college days. Actually, they start their programming maybe after the age of 18 minimum. Okay, so there are lots of things like that. So definitely I appreciate Rishab, and I suggest him that he continues this work, and maybe he can start contributing to the Python. Maybe one day I would like to see him as a core Python developer.
Okay, we hope that too.
Yeah.
And we have another question. When I reached junior or junior to middle high, how can I improve my skills further? So I think it's a question for both of you. We can start with Gajendra.
So basically, the only way to improve your skills is do lot of projects. Okay, so I don't mean lot means numbers. So you can pick a real world problem and start solving it by using your problem solving skills and programming language like Python. But see to it that you develop the project in such a way that it should be deployable. So you will learn lots of skills there. Instead of doing lots of mini projects, you do one or two uh, good projects which are actually deployable. So that will give you the complete knowledge.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Rishab, what do you think about it?
Yeah,
Maybe
so
you can.
if you start learning Python, like you know the syntax, you know how to make some programs, then definitely you should apply that knowledge that you got to make some projects and stuff like that. You can also connect it to other technologies, IoT, and other stuff like that. So definitely apply that knowledge that you got.
Okay, and we have another question. It's for Gajendra, I believe. How is it difficult to educate young generation? Because your talk was about it. So maybe you could highlight like main difficulties, just to repeat it once again for those who just joined us recently.
Okay, so the difficulty will be that the younger generation, mostly we address them as Generation Z students. As I have told you, they are more gadget friendly and technologically savvy, so they believe more in hands-on learning. So we need to change our usual normal teaching methodologies to adapt to their needs, and we can just guide them because what has happened is on YouTube you will see lots of free resources. Even on internet lots of free resources are available. Maybe they are better than the classroom or better than our syllabus. So we should be prepared very much, and we should be in a position to guide them. So if you can just guide them in a better way, I think that should be sufficient.
Mhm. Okay, thank you so much. So
Yeah.
I see that right now we don't have any questions. So you both could share your social medias. Maybe you can post it in the chat so others can see it and they can follow you and see your activities, and maybe to keep being inspired by both of you and to keep learning this great technology. So please, if you have such possibility, just share some links in this chat. And thank you so much for your time. It was really
Yeah.
such a pleasure for me to see both of you. I'm really inspired, and I think maybe I also will start learning Python, because for me today it sounds like really so exciting and so interesting. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
And yeah, we really hope to
Thank
see you
you.
on our next events. And
Mhm.
yeah, please. So yeah, see you soon. And now I wanted to make a little announcement for our audience, because soon we are planning to have our case study summit for Java developers. We'd love you to join this case study summit. It will be held on the 9th of February on 2021, and it's going to be an outbreak event with speakers from world-class companies such as Google, Microsoft, Microsoft, IBM, eBay, Red Hat, Oracle, and many more. So during these 24 hours, you will be able to learn new practices, concentrate on some architectural solutions, and more. So please, you can see a promo code right now, and you can use it and have a discount. So please follow this QR code and stay with us. And right now, I believe that we will have a little break, and then I will come back to you and I will introduce you our next speaker. So see you soon.